And when you say pick up a camera and shoot a movie, you have to understand that means you're crazy. It means you when you pick up that camera and you look through and you start shooting, if something happens like a drug, and you gotta keep going until you make your picture.
I got some bad ideas in my head.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Mom!
Take it easy. Lower it.
I'm not gonna lower it. I have to do this now.
I don't mind you playing it, but lower it.
If your mother cooks Italian food, why should you go to a restaurant? It was the fall of '42, New York. Here, in a poor neighborhood of Manhattan in Little Italy on Elizabeth Street, there lived a family of second-generation immigrants. Charles and Catherine Scorsese grew up in neighboring houses, with their windows literally facing each other. Their first date was on the fire escape, and they had their wedding on the roof. All their lives, the couple worked at a sewing factory. Catherine started working there at 12 after finishing primary school. Middle school was too expensive for her parents, so they got her a job sewing doll clothes. As for Charles, the whole neighborhood knew about his talent. Show him a suit and he could recreate it to the last detail. After the wedding, Kat never had to buy a dress because her husband sewed dresses for her. In 1935, Kat and Charlie had their first son, Frank, and on the 17th of November 1942, their second son, whom they named Martin. The couple realized that the cramped apartment in the concrete slums teeming with criminals was no place to raise children. The minute Catherine was discharged from the hospital, they packed their things and moved to a better neighborhood, where they rented half a house. Marty was a sickly child and was diagnosed with asthma from birth. In the 40s, an inhaler was not enough, and he went to the hospital more often than his peers went to preschool. Nonetheless, Charles's business was growing, and these hardships did not cause panic. Weekly trips to the movie theater and comic store were just a small part of the lucky 4-year-old's childhood. His older brother would take him to double features at the nearby theater, and once they convinced their religious mother to let him see a movie not sanctioned by the church. Duel in the Sun amazed the young viewer. The music by Dmitri Tiomkin was both terrifying and hypnotizing. Gregory Peck and Jennifer Jones also enchanted him.
No, if I'm not good enough to marry, I'm not good enough to kiss.
During the finale, the little boy got so scared that he burrowed into his seat and covered his eyes with his hands. But his mother made him open them and yelled, "Look at it! You took me here to see it, now watch it!"
I love you.
Oh, don't cry, honey. Don't cry.
In '48, Charles was the first of his neighbors to buy a television.
This is a 16-inch RCA Victor television set. It's the same kind that my father bought in the late 40s.
Life changed forever when the first TV shows and cheap TV movies opened the portal to another world. It was a place with no asthma, allergies, or fits, where the dream of becoming a cowboy seemed real, and imagination was not limited by the law of physics. Father and son shared a love for film, and Charles took him to see Les Drilles de Bicyclette and Rome, Open City, films which caused every Italian to reminisce about a homeland he'd never seen. The fairy tale came to an end when in 1948, Charlie's business collapsed. Scorsese had to return to Little Italy. The cramped one room belonging to Charles's parents had to house 6 for half a year until they could find their own cramped one room. Movie theaters were replaced with the third-floor window of their house, while the landscape below was more terrifying than the finale of Duel in the Sun.
I certainly wasn't able to get it when I was a kid growing up on the Lower East Side. It was very hard at the time for me to balance what I really believed was the right way to live with the violence I saw all around me. I saw too much of it among the people I knew.
Martin was not allowed to go outside. It was no place for healthy children, not to mention a weak and sickly boy. His world perspective was shaped by his window and the TV screen. He diverted himself by transporting the scenes he saw on TV to paper, and even dreamed of becoming an artist. In the future, these little sketches would become film storyboards, and his attention to detail would help him fill the library of his cinema-loving mind with the plots and names of every film he watched. But years passed, and he started going to school so he could no longer hide in front of the TV screen. The mean streets began to leave their mark on his upbringing. There were 2 languages of power on Elizabeth Street: the Mafia and the Church. The priests were the only ones the Mafia submitted to. Martin found his chance at a spotless career where there was no place for fear. The frail young man, nothing like the future Carlo Gambino, decided to dedicate his life to faith. In 1951, he had his first communion and started studying at a Catholic school, where for the next 5 years he would dream of the priesthood. He served in St. Patrick's Church and later even attended a seminary high school. There was room for his first love in his new world. A priest helped the boys to analyze films from I Confess by Alfred Hitchcock
I confess to Almighty God and to you, brother, that I have sinned.
to On the Waterfront, directed by Elia Kazan.
Well, I thought there'd be more of you here, but
At school, they studied ideas, dissected problems, and found biblical motifs in the plots.
You're in the church if I need you. Did you ever hear of a saint hiding in a church?
The youth was moving in the right direction, but puberty forced him to look at the world from a different perspective. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll infiltrated his life in the reverse order. But even the music was enough to change his plans. Up until he finished middle school, he was still thinking about the church, but his dreams changed from the moment in 1959 when he got his hands on his friend's 8mm camera. In a day, he drew a storyboard for his future reel about ancient Rome, climbed onto a roof with his friends where they put on bedsheets, and filmed the short Vesuvius 6. Unfortunately, only drawings are left of this epic story. The director only had to watch it once to realize this might not be allowed to see the light of day, and that he needed a drastic change in his life.
I don't really see a conflict between the church and the movies, the sacred and the profane. There are major differences, but I could also see great similarities. Both are places for people to come together and share.
Charles and Catherine dreamed of a better life for their sons, but their low income did not stand in the way of paying for Martin's education at NYU. The new world amazed him. Before he was surrounded by poverty and violence, and now by happy classmates from wealthy families who loved cinema and admired him. For the white-collared kids, he represented a mysterious and brutal world which they usually only saw in movies. As for the library of pictures, scenes, and quotes which Scorsese could recall at a moment's notice, they put a spell on his teachers. His professor from the Cinematic Arts Department, Peg Manugan, turned into his greatest fan, and the feeling was mutual. Within the walls of the university, European neorealism was worshipped, and Truffaut and Godard were like the gods.
Si vous n'aimez pas la ville, allez vous faire foutre.
Manugan expected that his students would make films about what they knew best, about themselves. He ordered them to grab their cameras and walk the streets to document real life. But school was no walk in the park, as he was the only student who couldn't afford even an amateur camera like the 8mm Kodak M2. While his classmates were filming every day working towards their films, Martin had to be content with 1 or 2 days a month when he was able to borrow a camera from his friends. But even in these short deadlines, Scorsese was able to create masterpieces.
He was on a whole other level from the rest of us. He could quote films to you, describe them shot by shot. While we were humping around trying to find the right exposure, he was making these little gems.
And the room was nice? All I needed was a little fixing up, so I fixed it up.
While working on the first short film of his career, he met the editor Thelma Schoonmaker, who saved his work from the clumsy attempts at cutting his film himself.
Even my friends began to notice in me that there seemed to be something amiss.
You know, Harry, there seems to be something amiss.
The real "What's a Nice Girl Like You Doing in a Place Like This" was not only his debut, but the beginning of a lifelong friendship.
I have a vivid imagination. Even my friends say it.
You know, Harry, you got a vivid imagination.
His second school project was the crime comedy short called It's Not Just You, Murray.
But then again, you know, in this life, you only got so much luck.
The main character, a man who badly wanted to be a gangster, would lay the foundation for the characters in Mean Streets, Goodfellas, and Casino.
And then you can give him all he deserves.
The drama received an award for the Best Student Film from the Producers Guild and brought him his first moment of glory. Also, while he was filming, he met the young actress Lorraine Marie Brennan, who was also studying at NYU. In 1965, Marty got married, and a year later celebrated the birth of their daughter. Their daughter was named Catherine, in honor of her grandmother. Life was good, especially since Paramount Studios offered the rising star a paid summer internship. He was already packing his suitcase when he received an apology letter. The studio was changing its policy and no longer required his services. So, as you do when you have a wife and a baby and a bunch of bills with no prospects, you make a feature film. While at a summer internship with his classmate Michael Wadley, who became his cameraman, Martin began making a melodrama based on his own 33-page script. They invited Harvey Keitel to play the main role, who was an amateur stage actor at the time who worked as a stenographer at a courthouse.
Well, I am, as they say, at the moment, sort of in between, at this time, sort of in between positions.
The director's father went to the bank and took out $6,000, becoming the first investor in his son's career. The money was spent on film reel and buying other small items since there was no official budget. Wadley was the only one with a car, so he transported all of the equipment while the director, actors, and film crew had to make their way to the locations on foot or by bus. They filmed only on the weekends wherever they were able to, whether at the Scorsese's, at the local church, or at the director's grandmother's house. Since these locations were not intended for filming after the lights and cameras were installed, there was hardly any space for the actors to act. When they tried to film outside, they were usually interrupted by aggressive homeless people or curious children.
It was all stopping and staring. You started shooting a scene, then 2 months later, you wanted a reshoot. The actors had to cut their hair or had another job and couldn't work. It was a nightmare.
The first draft was finished just in time to premiere at the New York Film Festival in '65. The audience didn't quite get the hour-long melodrama called Bring on the Dancing Girls, but the director of the festival saw the potential and wrote a letter to Professor Haig Manugan asking him to help his student remake the film. Haig responded by finding a sponsor among the students in the directing department, Joseph Vale. The successful lawyer considered film his hobby and had no problem investing $37,000 into the picture. Manugan and Scorsese went to the editing room and left only the best scenes. Haig convinced the director to rewrite the script, escalate the conflict, as well as come up with a resolution. The new text took Martin 6 months to write. During that time, he got a job at the CBS TV channel where he edited news clips.
This is the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite and Charles Kuralt in the CBS newsroom in New York.
And also made a documentary commissioned by the United States Informational Agency called New York City, melting point. In the winter of 1966, the director resumed filming the drama, which was renamed I Call First.
I choose, I call first. You can't call first. Well, you call first.
Martin was able to get both Michael Wadley and Harvey Keitel back in the project, who hadn't gotten his hopes up very high anyways. A year and a half of the film had exhausted him. He had a tendency to show up with a new haircut one day and the next forget his costume.
It just doesn't seem real, does it? It just doesn't make any sense.
But Scorsese turned a blind eye to these things, partially because he respected Keitel's talent, and partially because he knew that changing the main character would kill his picture.
That's right.
It took 3 months to film the second version, and the reel was finished by the summer of '67.
Yeah, that was some picture. Some picture.
It premiered at the Chicago Film Festival, but the director didn't attend. Not in protest or because of the conflict with the producer. Martin just didn't have enough money for a bus ticket to Chicago. His budget had grown, but he still did not have enough, and his debts grew in proportion with the amount of material he filmed. When, after the showing, they offered the young director a chance to release the film in limited theaters, he felt like he was on top of the world. He rejoiced until he found out that without buying the rights to the music, the reel couldn't be shown in any commercial theater. After 2 weeks of haunting the music labels, he was granted only 2 of the 10 tracks. This destroyed his dream of packed theaters. But then his friend came to him with an unusual request. In 2 weeks, the thriller The Honeymoon Killers was supposed to start shooting in New York. The producers had a script, actors, and a budget, but lacked only a director.
I met with Martin Scorsese, and he loved the script, and we were in business.
A role which Scorsese accepted immediately and went on to create the visual style for the reel and think through every frame. However, his bursts of creativity and obsession with French directors drove his bosses crazy within the first week.
I realized the way he was doing it that, well, we had $150,000 and we had 7 weeks, and that we would never, ever get through.
For the first 6 days, he professed his belief in natural film and shot every scene in one take.
He's so gone.
On the 7th day, the cameraman Oliver Wood spent 50 takes trying to catch a can of beer falling onto the pavement. But the scene did not make the final cut because that evening Scorsese was fired for the first and last time.
The producer was not happy at all. Martin wasn't happy, and so he left after a week.
His assistant, Donald Volkman, was promoted and he finished filming. This indie production became a cult film and received positive reviews from Francois Truffaut, who called it his favorite American film. In addition, the popular video rental store, Blockbuster, included it in its top 100 films of all time.
Well, it doesn't look too bad. I'll just have to get used to it, I guess.
Those who were close to the film knew that Scorsese's ideas and drawings were used for the film, but the director left without making a scene. As for Volkman and his producers, The Honeymoon Killers was the last film of their career.
And I'm the one who should be angry.
Martin's anger and disillusionment were reflected in his next cutting social commentary short, The Big Shave, which amazed New York's beau monde and enchanted critics.
I've blown around the world.
The short fit in everything from metaphors about the war in Vietnam to high levels of nihilism into 5 minutes. After an unsuccessful period in 1969, Mnuchin got Scorsese a job as his personal assistant at the university. For a whole year, he was busy with stable and, most importantly, a paying job. In that year, he oversaw students like Jonathan Kaplan and Oliver Stone. The university sent him to Europe to attend some of the main film festivals of 1969. Thanks to this trip, he made a few acquaintances in Amsterdam. He was approached by the exploitation films distributor Joseph Brenner. Joe offered to take care of the song rights for his film and release I Call First in hundreds of theaters.
I don't believe you.
I wouldn't lie to you.
The only condition was that he add an erotic nude scene, which would help advertise it and turn it into a sexploitation film. Martin immediately brought Keitel to the Dutch capital, where 2 days later, in a cramped room, he paid for the time of a dozen free-spirited women and shot the needed scene, combining it with the Doors song, The End. 10 years later, this impromptu scene would serve as the inspiration for the opening frames of Apocalypse Now. Brenner was amazed by what he saw, and he also changed the title to Who's That Knocking at My Door, in honor of the first lines of the song Who's That Knocking by the Genies. Under this title, the picture took the drive-in movies by storm, where it made its first profit.
Good. That picture was great.
In 1969, a journalist from Time magazine, Jay Cox, was researching talented young directors from New York and became interested in Scorsese. Martin charmed Cox, who as a result helped him to get into closed premieres, film festivals, and even convinced the famous American director John Cassavetes to take a look at his friend's debut reel. Who's That Knocking at My Door amazed Cassavetes.
This movie is as good as Citizen Kane.
This review left Scorsese speechless. He couldn't believe his ears. This great director, basically his idol, was saying these things about his film. This meeting gifted Scorsese with yet another friend. While Martin was fighting for the release of his debut picture, Michael Wadley founded the film company Paradigm Pictures and gathered some of his NYU classmates under one roof. The main editor became Thelma Schoonmaker. Paradigm's main focus was modern documentaries and television shows. Scorsese was often invited to work on various jobs. The company gave him a chance to direct an episode of The Monkees, a popular TV show about the adventures of a rock and roll band which often featured amateur directors. Later that year, Wadley took on the biggest project of his career, the documentary Woodstock. He headed up a film crew of 15 people, which was an impossible task for one person. This is why he asked Thelma to be his assistant director, and Martin to take charge of some of the cameramen and film extra material. On the morning of the 15th of August, 1969, Scorsese and Schoonmaker got into his old white Corvette and set off for Wallkill, to one of the biggest rock festivals in America. This job was a nightmare for a young man who rarely left the boundaries of Queens. In 3 days, Mills Park was visited by over 500,000 people. They faced unsanitary conditions, drugs, and the unrelenting wave of decibels which made Martin drop the walkie-talkies and spend 72 hours yelling to his cameraman over the greatest musicians on the planet.
At one point, Marty tried to take a nap in a pup tent under the stage. He knocked over the pole and the whole thing collapsed. He had claustrophobia and was screaming for somebody to help him. But he wasn't Martin Scorsese yet, he was just some schmuck from Little Italy.
On Monday morning, the 19th of August, Jimi Hendrix appeared on the stage after his performance had been delayed 10 hours. He played his set in front of the remaining audience, and it was a fitting finale which had given the world a weekend of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Having returned to New York, the team realized that it had filmed over 120 miles of material. Wadley asked Martin and Thelma to help edit. It took 4 grueling months to make a 3-hour film, with the director's cut being an extra 50 minutes. Its first screening won the critics over. Wadley was able to show what it was like to be at Woodstock.
500,000 young people can get together and have 3 days of fun and music, and have nothing but fun and music, and I God bless you for it.
The rights to release and distributions were immediately acquired by Warner Brothers. Michael sold the rights for $600,000, and over the next 2 months, Woodstock brought the studio over $50 million. Success followed all who were connected to the project. Wadley got an Oscar for Best Documentary, and Thelma Schoonmaker was nominated for Best Editing. And though Scorsese was left out of his friend's glory, Warner had an even better surprise for him.
I look for a thematic idea running through my movies, and I see that it's the outsider struggling for recognition. I realize that all my life I've been an outsider. And above all, being lonely, but never realizing it.
Riding the wave of Woodstock's success, Warner Brothers invested money into a similar project. Producer Fred Weintraub, who had purchased Wadley's reel for Warner, wanted to make money off of every festival in the US. A month after the picture's release, Fred hired director Francois Reichenbach to make the documentary Medicine Ball Caravan, which depicted the traveling festival caravan of love, which was nicknamed Woodstock on Wheels. The film crew traveled 8,000 miles with the musicians and recorded the performance of B.B. King and Alice Cooper, hundreds of cities, and dozens of concerts. However, after 3 months of editing, the pre-screening mortified Weintraub. The screening lasted 9 hours, though the plot gets lost after the first 10 minutes. The next day, Warner fired Reichenbach and his team. Someone at the studio suggested that the producer ask Scorsese for help, and Fred called him out to Los Angeles. His 2-week contract stretched out for 6 months. Martin cut the time down to a ninth of the original and was able to combine the material in a new way. The result satisfied Weintraub, but the film was still a flop. Martin didn't want to return to New York since California was the place where films were made. He decided to stay in LA even though it meant shipwrecking his marriage. Lorraine was not about to move to the other side of the country with a child in tow. Scorsese was brought up strictly Catholic, so when he left his family, he knew he was committing a terrible deed. However, he was not able to betray his first love, cinema, and left Lorraine and Catherine forever. The world of cinema did not receive Martin with open arms. Adult life was hard for the director. After working on Medicine Ball Caravan, he wandered Hollywood aimlessly, and John Cassavetes got him a job as a sound editor for the melodrama Minnie and Moskowitz.
You're a funny guy.
I don't think of myself as funny. That's why I'm funny. I mean, if you think of yourself as funny, you become tragic.
$500 a week and a place to sleep on set were the best conditions he could have been offered in Los Angeles. Besides Cassavetes, in LA he only knew Brian De Palma. The directors were introduced to each other in 1965, became friends, and from time to time hung out at different studios, festivals, and parties in Beverly Hills, which were held by their more successful colleagues. During one of these events at Fred Weintraub's house, he met the producer's daughter, Sandy. The girl was just as obsessed with film and took him to double and triple features and seemed to know even more about the movies than him. The couple lived together for the next 4 years. In the autumn of 1970, Sandy, Brian, and Martin went to a film festival in Sereno. It was another lame attempt to network with one exception. It actually turned out to be successful. Scorsese was introduced to Francis Ford Coppola. On the first night, they dueled, using their knowledge of cinema and rock music instead of bullets or swords. Those who saw them together that night thought that they were brothers. The tall, moody, bearded Coppola, and next to him a minimized copy, the lean Scorsese. Coppola got a deal for the adaptation of The Godfather and went to New York to research. Martin volunteered to help. Francis agreed and happily ate pasta at Scorsese's parents' house in Little Italy, and in order to improve the accents used in the film, taped Charles Scorsese speaking while Martin's mother gave him advice about choosing actors and tried to convince Coppola that there was no way he could film the picture in 100 days. Martin took him to Elizabeth Street, showed him around Little Italy, and even helped choose some of the key locations. A few months later, he was a regular guest on Coppola's set. At the same time, his success in documentary film attracted the attention of producers, and he was entrusted with the editing of yet another musical documentary. Elvis on Tour showed the American King of Pop perform, as well as showed behind-the-scenes footage and provided a short biography of Presley's life.
go.
Easy. Good show. Good show.
For over a year, Martin couldn't get work in the movie business. He obviously hadn't thought through his move to LA and had been following a naive dream. When Cassavetes' assistant received a call with the request to find Scorsese because Roger Corman wanted him to direct his next film, he was answered with a laugh and a dial tone. However, the proposal turned out to be real. The famous exploitation film producer truly wanted to meet Martin, and 3 days later he was already sitting in the office of New World Pictures. Corman had gone to a repeat showing of Who's That Knocking at My Door, at Coppola's insistence, with whom he had made horror films in the early 60s. Roger was impressed with the young director's talent, and he decided to give the young man a shot. For a year, he had been planning to film the sequel to his favorite work, the crime drama Bloody Mama, where Shelley Winters shone next to a young Bruce Dern and Robert De Niro.
My eyes have seen the glory.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
Roger offered him Barbara Hershey and David Carradine for the main roles, a budget of $600,000, and 24 full filming days with complete artistic freedom with the screenplay called Boxcar Bertha, on one condition: that there be nude scenes, explosions, or violence at least every 15 pages. Scorsese didn't waste any time, and in 2 weeks incited Corman to a presentation of his adaptation of the text. The producer expected to come to a read-through of the script, but Martin was so afraid of repeating his mistakes from Honeymoon Killers that he had already planned most of the scenes. For the first, but not the last time, Roger did not regret his choice and only added the classic B-movie rule. The film should have a shocking opening and a bloody finale. November of 1971 was the best in Martin's life to date. After 8 years of trying to get into the exclusive film society, he now found himself at its very heart.
Just grabbing something good when it comes by.
Working with the professional film crew brought him back to his college days. The cinematographer Paul Rapp showed him how to light the scene, shoot in one direction, and then change the position of the equipment. The team had spent years honing its filming skills in low-budget films and offered the director the most important lessons of his career.
It's gonna be all right.
Sure.
In addition to Hershey and Carradine teaching him how to work with the actors. Scrupulous preparation allowed Martin to experiment on set, and he delved into the world of improvisation.
If you want to leave, there are no chains on you, honey.
You're dumb.
The erotic scenes were especially successful. The year before, Barbara and David had gotten married, so the camera didn't interfere with their displays of affection. Scorsese milked the typical grindhouse plot for all it was worth. In January of the next year, he finished the first draft and set up a private viewing for John Cassavetes.
Drunk as hell, I'm talking about hellfire, hellfire, oh hellfire, that's where I'm bound. I'm talking about hellfire, hellfire, oh hellfire, that's where I'm bound.
Marty, you've just spent a whole year of your life making a piece of shit. It's a good picture, but you're better than the people who make this kind of movie. Don't get hooked into the exploitation market. Just try and do something different.
Oh.
Boxcar Bertha was released in the Grindhouse theaters, together with the drama Killers 3, reaped a profit, and as you would expect from a B-movie, got terrible press reviews. Corman was pleased and offered him a new project. The idea was simple: ride out the popularity of Shaft by making their own blaxploitation. But after Cassavetes' words, Martin said no without even considering it.
I just not meant for this kind of life.
He started dreaming of making his own movie. Together with his childhood friend Madrick Martin, he wrote a screenplay called Witch Season, which, after 27 rewrites, became Mean Streets. The characters were based on the ones from Who's That Knocking at My Door, and the main role was once again played by Harvey Keitel. While Scorsese's agent looked for sponsors, the director was gathering a film crew and acting ensemble. After Boxcar Bertha, it was an easy task. Many who had worked on his last project happily joined Mean Streets, from cameramen, sound editors, and lighting technicians to David Carradine. For the role of Johnny Boy, Marty chose Robert De Niro, a young actor who had already acted in some pictures and at the time was acting in a humble play in New York. Scorsese and De Niro had known each other from childhood, grew up not far from each other, and sometimes saw each other at local parties, but had never been friends. And now, 15 years later, after seeing Brian De Palma's reel, the director immediately found a special connection to De Niro. Perhaps it was because of Bob's unusual for an actor humility, which even caused friends and casting directors to think he was slightly autistic.
Don't be cute. You have me going crazy here. Yeah? What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you?
Shooting was delayed for only one reason: lack of money. That was when Francis Ford Coppola came to the rescue again and invested his personal finances into the project. Together with Martin's savings, it was about $300,000. It was a tiny sum, but the director was so inspired by the idea that he would have filmed it even without a budget.
What's this? Swap. This. What? That. What does this look like? Huh? What? Where'd you get this?
Filming in New York was a luxury, so Scorsese spent only 6 days there. He couldn't even buy tickets for his team from LA, and had to use freshmen from Haig Moonigan's department to help him. Their work was, at best, unprofessional. One of the assistants forgot to give the director a reel of film, which had half of the scenes in the car and the wide shots of De Niro, after which he disappeared completely. Martin had to get creative with his editing.
Look at this, embarrassing. Look at this.
Shooting on location took days. They shot everything from apartment building stairs in Little Italy to Elizabeth Street, to the cemetery at St. Patrick's Cathedral, to the Feast of San Gennaro, which was the main event of September. They shot everything that couldn't be reproduced in Los Angeles. A week later, the director was reunited with his team and spent another 21 days filming the indoor scenes. Problems followed him everywhere. The fight scene in the pool bar took 3 days to film because they had to move the lighting arrangements over 26 times for lack of equipment. A defining aspect of the cinematography was so-called handheld camera method. Instead of the typical rails and carts, the camera was held by hand. What would later be dubbed an original move and a nod to the works of Godard was actually just an attempt to save money. The camera attached to Keitel's torso, however, that was an example of Martin's resourcefulness. Later, the director locked himself in a stuffy room and started editing his precious movie.
I'm feeling mean, I'm feeling mean. I'm feeling mean. I'm feeling mean. Mean is come from me. Anyone's ever seen. Mean out of the way of the hurricane. There's a heavy price to pay. I'm feeling mean, I'm feeling mean.
Since neither he nor Thelma Schoonmaker were members of the Editors Guild, they actually didn't technically have the right to do what they were doing. But a member of the guild, Sidney Levine, helped them out. First, he helped them with advice and mentoring, and later agreed to let them put his name on the credits. They had used the same method when editing Boxcar Bertha. It cost another $300,000 to buy the rights to the music used in the film, which pushed the budget over the $500,000 mark and made Martin's debts grow monstrously big.
You don't know what happened to me. I'm so depressed about other things. I can't worry about payments. You know what I mean?
Scorsese showed the first editing draft to Coppola, who immediately offered De Niro a role in the second installment of The Godfather. A week later, the film premiered at Cannes. Mean Streets received rave reviews, and Martin and Robert joined the Italian film Beau Monde along with Federico Fellini. After that, the team went to the New York Film Festival where the film officially premiered. Mean Streets was a hit. Critics bombarded the newspaper columns with glowing reviews, and the pile of letters offering Martin collaborations grew. Surprisingly, this period of success was marked by the director's own poverty. Scorsese spent the summer of 1973 searching for a distributor for the film. His hopes were set on Paramount since they had sponsored The Godfather, and that meant they would be interested in crime dramas. But the test screening was a failure. The studio's vice president, Peter Bart, walked out halfway through the film saying, "Don't waste my time." 2 months before, the director had been blacklisted at Paramount because of his connections. Coppola had been dodging making a sequel in the Italian mob saga and had been suggesting Scorsese in his place. Peter had watched Boxcar Bertha and told Francis, anyone but him. Thankfully, there was no need for sadness since the representatives of Warner Brothers fell in love with Mean Streets. The producers who had grown up on those same streets were thrilled with the depiction of New York and were also familiar with the actors and saw serious potential in them. In addition, the head of the studio couldn't stand Fred Weintraub, and when he saw his daughter play Johnny Boy's girlfriend in the reel,
What's your name? Heather Weintraub, right?
he vowed to show the film in every theater in the country. Scorsese was overjoyed because he had sold his film to a studio, which in his mind had been distributing the best gangster movies of all time. Despite the rave reviews and praise from critics, the film was not successful at the box office. It wasn't because audiences didn't like the film, but because of foolishness on the studio's part. The movie was advertised as a gangster ballad, and its success at Cannes and New York were not mentioned. 3 days after the premiere, Warner also released The Exorcist. The horror film eclipsed the low-budget indie crime drama. And if there was any chance left of success, it was totally crushed by the re-release 2 weeks later of A Clockwork Orange and Deliverance. This was a battle that the director's original work with no-name actors could not compete with. It's amazing that Scorsese was able to return his debts and even make a little profit.
Tonight, live, the 46th Annual Academy Award presentation.
It's no surprise that the picture was not mentioned at the Oscars. However, The Exorcist got 10 nominations, including Best Supporting Actress.
You know what she did? Your canting daughter?
And though fate did not smile on Ellen Burstyn that evening, Warner wanted to make another film with her. The actress wanted to do the movie based on Robert Getchell's screenplay, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. The studio agreed and suggested that she choose the director herself. First, Ellen went to Coppola, who recommended that she watch Mean Streets. Burstyn was attracted to the realism and agreed to meet with Martin, who, being a nervous person by nature, could barely contain himself when he found out. For him, the meeting would not only mean getting to meet Ellen, but possibly the first studio movie in his career. The actress was worried that the director had rarely given attention to female characters.
And I can't tell from that movie if you know anything about women at all, do you? And he said, no, but I'd like to learn. So I thought that was as good an answer as I could ever imagine.
And the project ensued.
Ta-da!
To get in the right frame of mind, the director surrounded himself with ladies. His producer became his girlfriend Sandy Weintraub. Bob Raffleson's wife, Toby Raffleson, agreed to be the production designer, and George Lucas's wife, Marcia, became the editor.
Marty called and asked if I would do his first studio feature. He was terrified of the studio executives that Warner was going to give him some old fuddy-duddy editor or a spy. The studios were known for having spies on projects. Marty liked to edit, and I felt like I was being hired to cut a movie so I wouldn't cut it. So I'd let the director cut it. But I thought, if I'm ever going to get any real credit, I'm going to have to cut a movie for someone besides George. Because if I'm cutting for my husband, they're going to think George let his wife play around in the cutting room.
That's how Martin ended up with an excellent team, a $2 million budget, and a chance to prove himself from the studio.
That was it. I did it. I got a job as a singer. Are we rich?
Well, no, we're not rich yet, but we might be someday. Oh!
2 weeks before filming started, the director had found all the actors. Besides Burstyn, there was Harvey Keitel,
Hiya.
Chris Christopherson, and a young Jodie Foster.
So long, suckers. Sorry.
Half-improvised rehearsals became Scorsese's habit when preparing for Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. The actor had complete freedom, and each successful line or reaction was immediately added to the script. Martin would go on to use this method in all of his following films.
How did I get such a smart-ass kid?
He got pregnant.
The budget and support of a studio often fill directors with confidence, but also make them wary of the cost of failure. Scorsese worried a lot and exhausted the actors and film crew by doing dozens of takes. The extent of his eccentricity was exposed while filming at the ranch. The team had rented a farm, having paid the owners to take a week off. After 7 days, the owners returned, but when they opened the front door, Martin was still sweating over the finale.
I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing.
As soon as Burstyn had said her final line, the director insisted they repeat the take. 2 hours later, the owners started to hurry the director. Their irritation grew and they started to comment on everything, making fun of the actors and tease the director about his lack of talent. Scorsese remembers this episode like a nightmare, because in front of his colleagues he was being belittled by a pair of farmers. But it was a learning experience, and still, Martin didn't give up and did not leave the house until he had gotten the results that he wanted.
Aren't you going to open the door for me?
De Niro would often visit him on set. The actor wasn't just visiting his friends, they would talk about future projects. The director talked about making The Last Temptation of Christ, while Robert insisted on a biography about Jake LaMotta. A month later, their arguments moved from the set to the editing room. While Marcia Lucas was editing frames, Scorsese fought with the studio. The first casualty was the scene meant to be an homage to The Wizard of Oz.
To prove that I love you, I swear I don't know how.
Warner demanded that Martin's favorite moment be cut. All this after the first time in his career he was allowed to design his own set decorations created by the legendary Citizen Kane production designer Daryl Silvera. The set alone cost $80,000. Only the threat that Martin would publicly rescind his participation in the film saved the scene. Sadly, it was the prologue that got the most negativity from critics. The war with Burstyn exhausted him too. Though Ellen was only the lead actress, she was also like one of the producers. Warner had basically created the project for her. The actress was involved in all of the stages of the work, whether Scorsese wanted her there or not.
You're annoying me.
When he forbade Burstyn from setting foot in the editing room, their relationship collapsed. It was the price the director had to pay to retain control over the film. Angry, but not broken, he won the final battle. The screenplay's finale was a typical happily ever after. The couple walks into the sunset and the credits roll up the screen. Scorsese felt this was false and in a fit of rage tore the film. The studio had to reshoot the finale. The director knew that he would not be able to split the main characters and get his realistic ending. So, he found a compromise. The finale followed the screenplay in everything except the scene with the sunset. However, the theatrical and fictitious moment at the diner with the absurd applause was his way of turning it into satire. That's how he got the illusionary happy ending, but basically wrote in their breakup in between the lines. Before showing Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore to the studio, Martin went to New York and made a film for himself. It was a documentary interview where he talked to his parents about life as Italians in New York and the life of his ancestors in Sicily.
When she came over, she said she almost died on a trip there. The boats were small, were very small, but it took her over a month to get away here by boat.
It was a month until the premiere, but the director was no longer worried about the success of the film. Mean Streets had made him a reputation in Hollywood. There were dozens of producers and screenwriters dying to work with him. But he was aiming for Paul Schrader. Schrader had been trying to sell the rights to Taxi Driver for over a year and had already turned Scorsese down. Paul had been trying to get Brian De Palma and Steven Spielberg, but their tight schedules and tiny budgets made them turn the project down. Then Schrader watched Mean Streets, changed his mind, and convinced Columbia Pictures to give Martin a chance. The only condition was that the main role would go to Robert De Niro. Scorsese had been dreaming that Travis Bickle would be played by Harvey Keitel, and though at first he prickled at the condition, his desire to make the film was stronger than his pride. On the 9th of December 1974, Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore premiered with surprising success. The picture garnered over $20 million and got 3 Oscar nominations. Ellen Burstyn had her revenge and won the award for Best Actress.
Ellen is in a play tonight in New York. She can't be here. She asked me to thank everyone concerned with the voting, the Academy who voted for her, also the entire cast and crew of Alice, and she also asked me to thank myself. Thank you.
That year, the second installment of The Godfather triumphed at the ceremony, and De Niro got an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. For Martin, whose presence the Academy had yet to acknowledge, this was bad news. He rejoiced for his friend's success, but in the contract for Taxi Driver, Robert was to be paid $35,000. However, he hadn't yet signed. After his victory, he could easily ask for 10 times more, which would have been a justified price for an Oscar winner. The budget did not allow for such luxuries, which would have meant that Martin did not hold up his side of the bargain. But despite opposing advice from his agent, the actor stuck to his first agreement and saved Taxi Driver.
Here's a man who would not take it anymore. A man who stood up against the scum, the cunts, the dogs, the filth. Shit, here is someone who stood up.
In the spring of '75, Scorsese was getting ready to film and De Niro went to Italy, where he was filming Bertolucci's 1900.
Imagine the look on my father's face if he knew we were here together. Oof.
In between filming, he would return to the US and research for his role. He interviewed veterans at the army bases and worked as a taxi driver in New York for 2 weeks, and then went to Schrader and raided his wardrobe. All of Travis's clothing belonged to his creator. Meanwhile, Martin was gathering an all-star team. In the script, the leading lady, Betsy, was described as a woman who looked like Sybil Shepherd. No one resembling Sybil had tried out, but one day Shepherd's agent called Martin and asked, "I hear you're looking for a Sybil Shepherd type. Why don't you hire Sybil?" And Scorsese answered, "We can't afford her." However, the actress had only been acting in Peter Bogdanovich's comedies and wanted to explore other facets of her talent so badly that she agreed to a minimal salary.
Appreciate this, Betsy.
Oh, how De Niro would hate her on set. Jibes and barbs would give way to accusation of bad acting. The couple would grow to hate each other and never acted together again.
I have to leave now.
Why?
I don't know why I came in here. I don't like these movies.
Jodie Foster, on the other hand, Robert considered the diamond in the rough, though her character and her casting was the subject of heated argument.
What makes you so high and mighty? Will you tell me that?
But no, it goes without saying that the talented actress succeeded, though she had only turned 12 during shooting.
Want to make it like this?
Before reading the script, Jodie took a series of psychological tests. Then she saw a psychiatrist every week. The doctor made sure that the rehearsals and shooting schedule were not adversely affecting her. She was walked through every violent scene by the special effects director, who showed her that it was all an illusion. However, in the final violent scenes, she was forbidden to participate. A few of the scenes were deleted from the screenplay, and in the others, the actress was replaced by her older sister. By the way, Jodie had help from the very girl based on whom Schrader had written the character. Garth Avery even played Iris's friend in the film.
You looking for some action?
Yeah.
Martin offered the campaign manager role to Harvey Keitel, but the actor preferred to play the pimp on screen.
How's everything in the pimp business? Huh? Do I know you? No.
And even though the role was supposed to be a black character with 3 lines, Scorsese agreed and rewrote the text to give Harvey some more screen time.
I swear I'm clean. I'm just waiting here for a friend. You gonna bust me for nothing, man?
In the summer of '75, the beaches of the US emptied thanks to the release of Jaws, but the real terror was on the streets of New York.
All the animals come out at night. Whores, skunk pussies, buggers, queens, fairies, dopers, junkies.
Michael Chapman's lens captured hundreds of sweaty people, tons of garbage and sewage, which was not part of the author's vision, nor the production designer's idea, but rather a garbage workers' strike. The strike lasted a few days, but because of the unusual heat, journalists would dub that July to be the worst in the history of the city. If the camera could have captured smells, then Taxi Driver would have been the stinkiest film ever. But even without that factor, Chapman was able to capture the atmosphere completely.
Whatever it is, he should clean up this city here, because this city here is like an open sewer, you know? It's full of filth and scum.
Travis? Travis.
The cinematographer first captured Scorsese's attention with his work in The Last Detail. Plus, his style reminded him of Godard. Michael even filmed the cup with the bubbling Alka-Seltzer in a direct allusion to the drama 2 or 3 Things I Know About Her. Chapman's main job was to depict the world through Bickle's eyes without drawing attention to him. During the talk with Betsy, the camera pans out from Travis and focuses on the dark street outside. Martin believes this is one of the most important scenes in the film because it's very painful to look at Travis, and the empty hallway is like his inner world.
I tried several times to call her, but after the first call, she wouldn't come to the phone any longer.
For the scene where they buy weapons, Sandy Weintraub invited a friend who brought his personal arsenal to the set and played the role of the gun salesman. The idea of filming the guns as though they were religious icons was masterfully executed by Chapman. However, the moment where Travis aims at the window is Robert's improvisation. Not the whole scene, but the finale where the gun is drawn to the random passerby who happens to be in the frame. After filming that scene, the director befriended Stephen Prince, who became his weapon supplier for his pictures and sometimes played the role of a bodyguard or even butler. Later, when Martin's drug addiction escalated, Stephen was one of the only people who could calm the director down.
I know you must think that I'm, you must think I'm pretty sick or something. You must think I'm pretty sick.
The cocaine and the resulting paranoia led to a breakup with Sandy. But Martin did not stay lonely long and started dating Julia Cameron, who was a journalist writing an article about Taxi Driver during filming. 6 months after they met, they were married. But let's get back to the set. The number of improvisations was irritating to Paul Schrader, though Scorsese insisted that they continued to exist. De Niro's famous phrase is also an improvisation.
Talking to me? Well, then who the hell else are you talking to? Talking to me?
The director thought that Bob had been inspired by the scene with Marlon Brando from Reflections in a Golden Eye, but the actor was imitating Bruce Springsteen, who used to warm up the crowds at his concert with similar phrases. Travis's order at the dinner is an allusion to the serial killer Ed Gein.
I had black coffee and apple pie with a slice of melted yellow cheese.
He asked for apple pie with melted cheese in exchange for a confession. By the way, Ed was the prototype for Norman Bates, one of cinema's most famous maniacs.
Let them see what kind of a person I am.
And of course, the music. Martin tried to convince Bernard Herrmann to do the soundtrack, the same person who composed the music for Citizen Kane. But the composer declined, thinking that the film was going to be about car racing. However, after he read the script, he changed his mind. After the orchestra had finished recording, Scorsese called Bernard and asked him to add one more detail: the only long and scary chord. And even though it meant paying the orchestra another whole day, the composer agreed. Soon after that session, the maestro died, leaving behind him one of the greatest works of his career. The final fight scene was the hardest. De Niro recalled, besides technical problems, humor got in the way and would derail the serious mood for hours. They weren't laughing because they found violence funny, but because they were anxious and a little frightened. But nobody was more anxious than Scorsese. The Motion Picture Association of America was on his case about the film's rating and wanted to rate it X for mature viewers only. Movies like that are not released in commercial theaters, and grindhouse showings would not earn enough to break even. So the rating would have killed all chances of commercial success.
Tabby, just forget about this, it's nothing.
The head of Columbia Pictures predictably suggested that they cut out the scene completely, as well as one with the Alka-Seltzer, which he called an inappropriate advertisement of anti-hangover meds. This evaluation infuriated Martin, and he shut himself into the editing room. Just him, the film, a bottle of Dom Perignon, and a mound of cocaine. When he was just about to give up, he invited 3 of his friends to help: Brian De Palma, John Milius, and Steven Spielberg.
I'd never seen Marty so upset, verging on tears but leaning towards rage. He shattered a glass of Sparklet's bottle all over the kitchen floor. We were holding his arms, trying to calm him down, find out why he was so upset. He finally came out with the fact that Columbia had seen his movie and hated the ending, and wanted him to take out all of the violence, the entire shootout, to cut away from the splintering fingers and the blood spouting and puddling. They felt the film was bound for an X rating, and he was being forced to Disneyize it.
Fuck out of here, man. Get out of here.
His friends tried to pacify him, but he was already on the warpath. First, they took the picture to some New York critics, and then got some studio-bashing reviews ready. Then the company United Artists contracted him and offered to buy the distribution rights and release the movie without any changes. In the end, Columbia compromised, and Martin was able to cut out only a few of the most violent frames and soften the tone of the picture, making the scene almost colorless, which actually worked in its favor. The MPA took pity and gave the film an R rating. On the 8th of February 1976, Taxi Driver premiered. At noon on Manhattan, at the Cinema One Theater, the doors opened to a mob of young people who looked exactly like Travis, and who had been standing in line for 2 to 3 hours to see the film. Jodie Foster was denied entry without her parents. During the first weekend, the film made $60,000 in New York alone. Overall, it made $24 million. 4 months later, the picture received a Palme d'Or at Cannes. A year later, it was nominated for 4 Oscars for Best Film, Actor, Actress, and Soundtrack. But the victor in '77 was Rocky, while Taxi Driver did not receive a single statuette. Critics were divided into 2 camps. The first was obsessed with the picture and dubbed Scorsese a genius, while the other camp was disturbed by the violence and political subtext. The film was seriously accused of propagating violence despite the fact that only 4 people die over the course of the film. But it did have a negative impact. 6 years later, the reel inspired John Hinckley Jr. to attempt killing Ronald Reagan. Before he wounded the President of the United States, John stalked Jodie Foster at Yale University and wrote her a letter, where he promised to impress her with a certain deed.
I felt very shocked, very frightened, and very distressed.
After being arrested, Hinckley spent 36 years in a psych ward and was discharged on the 10th of December, 2016. Meanwhile, Martin began working on the musical New York, New York.
New York, these vagabond shoes.
This proposal revealed a different attitude towards the director in the new Hollywood, a $14 million budget, complete creative freedom, and filming before even finishing the script, a credit of trust which Scorsese had never even dreamed of. Unfortunately, this coincided with probably the worst period of his life. Cocaine replaced his first love, not to mention that he had started an affair with his lead actress Liza Minnelli, while his pregnant wife, Julia Cameron, waited for him at home.
I know that.
The filming process fell apart almost as soon as it started. Scorsese was incapable of managing the set and the actors. A fight scene from the movie landed De Niro, Minnelli, and the director in the emergency room.
I don't care. Now I'll get you. What
Later, Martin made 150 extras in costume wait for him while he finished a talk with his psychoanalyst. I started playing with drugs when I was doing New York, New York. For me, it was just the beginning of going into an abyss for about 2 years and coming out of it just barely alive. The actor's improvisation, which he loved so, resulted in almost all of the material besides the musical numbers being comprised of disjointed dialogue.
One number 3, and number 2. No, wait. Now I'm getting confused.
This made the editing process hell, since there were hundreds of scenes with no obvious connection.
Sometimes you really are hard to understand. You really are.
You're hard to understand. Don't change the subject.
De Niro learned to play the saxophone and mustered all the talent he could, but saw that the picture was heading towards disaster anyways. Scorsese stopped hearing criticism, rejected all advice, and allowed Liza Minnelli to rewrite the script as she saw fit.
Good to know. What are you talking about? You just ruined it for me.
The result was a 2.5 hour of chaos, which the director dubbed the first noir musical in history. The studio was counting on a traditional 40s style reel, happy and light, but got a dark drama which would be the worst flop of the year. New York, New York did not make even 50% of its budget, and Martin spiraled into depression. He broke up with Liza, and soon after Julia gave birth to their daughter Dominica, he left his family and found comfort in his only remaining love: cocaine. The next 2 years were a fog. Having brought the documentary The Last Waltz to Cannes, Martin ordered cocaine from Paris by private plane and told journalists, no cocaine, no interview. And though the musical documentary In the Spirit of Woodstock was a masterpiece, Scorsese, who didn't even accept a dime to shoot it, was the object of great concern among those close to him.
I was always angry, throwing glasses, provoking people, really unpleasant to be around. I always found no matter what anybody said, something to take offense at. I'd be the host, but at some point during the evening I'd flip out, just like when I'm shooting.
For over half a year, Martin's friend Mardrick worked on the screenplay for Raging Bull, but the director didn't even read it. In the end, he suggested sending it to Paul Schrader for finishing touches, who decided to rewrite it completely. When he finished, the Taxi Driver author saw that all of the characters seemed loathsome, and there wasn't enough humanity in the material.
I don't know you. I'm gonna ask you something. Were you with the culprit with him, huh? Huh? Were you with the culprit, huh?
However, Scorsese was wasting his life and fed the producer lies about how production was just about to start. He had no desire to shoot a sports drama. Plus, he was finally able to get the rights of one of his favorite novels, The Gangs of New York. But not a single studio wanted to finance such a huge project, especially without a script. Disillusioned, he traveled around the country with his new girlfriend, the young actress Isabella Rossellini. At premieres and parties, he would pester people with his haughtiness and drug-induced rambling. All the work he'd done on Raging Bull, which was one little test take with Robert in the ring, Martin took to Michael Chapman. To make sure it was different from Rocky stylistically, they decided to film in black and white. It was an important detail, but not very productive for 8 months of preparation. His love story with cocaine finally ended, beginning with the Telluride Film Festival. Martin bought some cheap local product and an hour later had a fit and started bleeding from his throat. When he returned to New York, he collapsed and was hospitalized. Because he was constantly mixing asthma meds, antidepressants, and cocaine, the director had almost no platelets left. Rossellini had to leave for a shoot in Italy and was sure that she was seeing her emaciated 100-pound fiancé for the last time. However, the doctors helped him, and he watched films all day in the hospital, which reminded him of his first most important addiction. One day, De Niro came to visit him and told him everything on his mind. Perhaps it was the talk which saved Scorsese.
What's the matter with you, Marty? Don't you want to live to see if your daughter is going to grow up and get married? Are you going to be one of those flash-in-the-pan directors who does a couple of good movies and it's over for them? You know, we can make this picture. We can really do a great job. Are we going to do it or not?
Robinson comes back with a right on the nose.
At that point, United Artists Studio had already given up on Schrader's screenplay and was ready to dump the project. After Rocky, a gloomy drama without a heroic character would have attracted only a crazy producer. Martin and Robert decided to rewrite the text themselves. They went to St. Martin's, where De Niro took care of his exhausted friend as though he was his nurse. He helped him to kick his habit and write a work of genius. After 14 days, the studio accepted the script. A few times a week, they met with the prototype. Jake LaMotta was unpredictably explosive and moody and surprised him with his nasty personality. Once in Martin's hotel room, Jake jumped up and started banging his head against the wall. That day, De Niro realized how to play his character. The rage of the boxer was caused by partial deafness, which meant he had to always ask someone to repeat themselves, and this triggered his anger at the drop of a hat.
Shut up! Shut up! I'll fucking take care of you later! Shut up!
Later, the actor sparred with LaMotta over 1,000 times, then participated in an amateur tournament and won 2 of 3 fights. While Robert was consumed with preparations for the long-awaited film, Martin was consumed with fear. After the failure of the musical, he thought that this was his last chance in the film industry. Only one thought helped him conquer his anxiety. I'll film it so that I have no regrets. The director immediately started to make his dreams a reality. Despite the producer's preferences, he chose Joe Pesci for the role of Joey.
Why don't you do me a favor, huh? Do something for me. Just put your hands up. I want to show you something. Put your hands up. What the fuck is so hard about that?
The actor had impressed him with his work on the film Family Enforcer, which is why Martin wanted to work with him.
This is just the beginning.
Since he thought the end of his career was nigh, he wanted to do it.
You understand? If you win, you win. If you lose, you still win.
Scorsese chose Kathy Moriarty after an open casting call. The actress debuted in Raging Bull.
You sucked his cock.
Yeah, I sucked his cock and everybody else on the fucking street, too. What do you want? You're nothing but a fat pig, selfish fool.
Fast forwarding a little, Moriarty and Pesci were both nominated for an Oscar for their roles. But in the spring of '79, No one was thinking about Oscar victories. On set, the director behaved as though he was the main hero of the picture. He threw tantrums and argued with Chapman so fiercely that chairs flew. The cinematographer perfectly depicted the blood, and the oversized ring created a feeling of loneliness and futility. The team worked until every idea was perfectly implemented. This is how 5 weeks dedicated to filming the fight turned into 10, even though the result was 6 minutes of screen time. Unlike other popular films about boxing, the camera was placed inside the ring for the first time. This forced the cameraman to rehearse no less than the actors. Even the opening scene is like a stunt. Chapman ran behind the scenes and detonated dozens of bulbs to imitate the crowd of journalists. The last fight scene was modeled after the storyboard from the shower scene in Psycho. That is where the director took the pace and rapidly changing frames because he believed that to be one of the scariest scenes in the history of film. A feeling he tried to recreate with the fight. Even though the result was better than their wildest dreams, their relationship became so strained that after Raging Bull, Michael never filmed for Scorsese again.
I want something to lose, son. At this point, I lose.
Martin Daly took the raw material to the editing room and worked on the draft. For the first time since Woodstock, he legally worked with Thelma Schoonmaker. In order to do this, he had to hire a whole team of Manhattan lawyers and pressure the guild. There's nothing you won't do for a film that you think will be your last. He even got advice from Thelma's future husband, director Michael Powell, about how to film an aging and overweight LaMotta. In The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, Powell was able to add weight to his main character by changing the camera angle, changing his hairstyle, and stuffing his clothes.
But let me tell you that in 40 years' time, you'll be an old gentleman too.
Robert did not appreciate these ideas because they didn't fit with the realistic style of the film. De Niro suggested that he really gained the weight in real life. Bob loved realism on the screen, which was not good news for Joe Pesci. They literally hit each other with full strength while filming, and during a sparring session, Robert actually broke Joe's rib. The scene when this occurred made it into the final edit. So, filming took a new turn for De Niro when he took a gastro tour of Italy and, after 2 months, gained over 40 pounds.
I'm tired of worrying about weight all the time. That's all I used to think about was weight. After a while, you realize other things in life.
His last stop was Rome, where on the 13th of September, Robert attended the wedding of Isabella Rossellini and Martin Scorsese. An exhausting 2 weeks of filming followed. The friendship between the director and the lead actor was strained. De Niro was exhausted by every take, and Scorsese was trying to finish the remaining scenes as quickly as possible.
Come on, Jim. Come on, wake up. Wake up, Jim.
The relationship was hanging by a thread, but the desire to finish the film was their priority.
Go get him, champ.
The last take was followed by 9 months of post-production. Even the sound effects recording was haunted by legend. It was said that after the sound was mixed, the editor destroyed all of the original cassettes. This was so that no one could use the team's work in another film.
Drives him across the ring, a left and a right to the head, a hard left hand to the body, and Robinson is driven out of the ring for the first knockdown of his career.
The studio bosses put out feelers for distributors, and the producers were busy fighting for Martin's complete creative freedom. Even the last quote from the Bible reflects his deep emotional struggle. On the 26th of May, Heg Moonigan died, Scorsese's friend and mentor. The last lines were dedicated to him, as was the entire film. The premiere of Raging Bull was on the 14th of November, 1980, and the rolling credits were greeted with a standing ovation. After the showing, Jake LaMotta asked his wife, "Was I really like that?" Vicky answered, "You were worse."
The question of commercialism is a source of worry. Must one make a choice? Must it be a matter of either setting your sights on winning an Academy Award and becoming a millionaire, or making only the movies you want to make and starving to death?
I'm on the move, I'm going up. I'm a man on a mission with no missions, and I'm looking for love. Oh, I'm just looking for love. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good. Cause baby, I feel real good, and I wish I would. It's gotta be against the law to look this damn good, baby. Everybody watch out.
The studio failed to advertise Raging Bull well, and the picture brought in just over $23 million. And even raving reviews and 6 Oscar nominations didn't help.
Raging Bull, the odyssey of a fighter's victories in the ring and his losses in life.
On the eve of the awards, Robert celebrated the second win of his career.
I want to thank my mother and father for having me, and my grandmother and grandfather for having them.
And after a 10-year hiatus, Thelma Schoonmaker won a statuette.
I want to thank, first of all, Martin Scorsese. He edited this film with me every minute of the time.
The Academy finally noticed Martin, who was nominated for Best Director for the first time. But the victory went to Robert Redford. Ordinary People beat Raging Bull for Best Picture also. The defeat was as painful as a punch from LaMotta. Martin knew that he wouldn't be appreciated by such wide audiences, as were his friends Coppola, Spielberg, and Lucas. But until that day, he had thought that at least the Academy and film critics and cinephiles were on his side. Now, he had no reason to believe in success. The film community once again rejected his passion of love. The crushed director agreed to his next project without pausing, though he almost immediately rejected it. The King of Comedy would serve as a tragedy in his relationship with De Niro.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rupert Pupkin.
We had explored everything that we could have with each other on Raging Bull. I should have not done the King of Comedy. I should have waited for something that came from me. I found that I had to convince myself every day to be a pro and go into work, and I disappointed myself. Like, very often I was late in the morning and that sort of thing. And the picture went over budget.
Well, I find that strange, you know. But it's typical.
Nonetheless, Scorsese maintained that Rupert Pupkin was the best work De Niro had done with him. But unfortunately, it separated them for the next 8 years.
Mom!
Take it easy. Lower it.
I'm not gonna lower it. I have to do this now.
The duo was tired and needed a break. Instead of resting, they got a gigantic budget of $19 million for a comedy film following 2 commercial failures on the director's part.
But look, I figure it this way. Better to be king for a night than schmuck for a lifetime.
For the second time in his career, a credit of trust only increased his level of anxiety. A few weeks before filming, Scorsese once again ended up in the hospital. The directors diagnosed him with exhaustion and pneumonia. As soon as he was discharged, the director went to the set. Because of his health, he was only able to film 3 hours a day, so the job stretched out for 5 months. The only silver lining was Jerry Lewis, who replaced Johnny Carson, who had turned down the role, and gave the best acting of his career.
I really believe this. I think once you get over the initial shyness, you're going to be okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
De Niro drew him into the world of improvisation and introduced him to the Stanislavski method. Before the scene in the house outside the city, Robert teased Lewis with anti-Semitic jokes which helped Jerry not have to pretend to be angry.
Yeah, all right, so I made a mistake.
So did Hitler.
The scene was complete improvisation, and the actors did not use a single line from the script.
I'm gonna work 50 times harder, and I'm gonna be 50 times more famous than you. Then you're gonna have idiots like you playing your life. That's right. Right. Yes.
Scorsese was satisfied. But Lewis could not stand the director's methods. In the beginning, he would arrive on set in the morning and wait for Martin all day. The director would arrive around 4 in the afternoon and say that they were filming a scene that didn't include Lewis. After a week of this, the actor couldn't stand it anymore and demanded pay for all the days he spent waiting, or else he would quit the film. He also asked what was the point of hiring someone if one didn't require their services.
Did anyone ever tell you you're a moron?
Scorsese paid him for his time and convinced Lewis that he was needed.
I really have to ask you that. How do you do it?
By the way, the decision to keep Jerry's name was not a coincidence. Lewis suggested doing that so that during the scene shot on the street, if anyone yelled at his name, it would be as though fans were talking to his character.
Hi, Gary, how are you?
In this scene, there are no actors besides the driver and the woman.
I can, I'm waiting.
In the scene when Rupert and Masha are arguing, they stumbled upon a gang of kids. The gang was played by Gerard Depardieu and Scorsese's favorite band, The Clash. After 4.5 months of shooting, Martin had over 180 miles of film. The amount of material was horrifying, with 20 to 30 takes per scene. For the first 2 months, he didn't even edit 1 minute.
It's good. I think it's good. You're laughing at that? It's very good. Do me a
In
favor.
addition, he continued to feel sick. He had to go to the doctor daily, and treatment lasted for 3 years. In conclusion, his marriage with Isabella unraveled. Her career really started to take off. Rossellini left her husband and returned to Europe. The King of Comedy was widely released a year after it had finished filming. It made $2.5 million, a sum which was 7 times less than its budget. It was the biggest failure of the year, and Martin's third in a row. Martin was one of the producers and lost some of his own savings. The critics also reacted icily because they had expected much more from the celebrity duo.
Thank you very much. We'll discuss the other things. That's your problem. Thank you very much. Nice talking to you. What?
In November of '82, at the Odeon restaurant, the director was celebrating his 40th birthday, although celebrate might be too strong a word. Divorce, the failure of his film, and bankruptcy were not the best backdrop for a party. In the middle of the party, Coppola tried to encourage his friends. Francis had just lost his film studio. American Zoetrope was about to declare bankruptcy.
Marty, would you calm down? You're broke. I owe $50 million.
Martin calmed down and got inspired by a new idea. The screen adaptation of Nikos Kazantzakis' novel had been tugging at his imagination ever since Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. He had dreamed of filming vulnerable drama that would depict Jesus' humanity and the hardships which the child of God had to face. So he asked Paul Schrader to write a script based on the book. Schrader fulfilled his request back in '78. Unfortunately, a script with contradicting religious themes from a director who was famous for violent films and had tanked the last 3 did not attract investors. However, when Raging Bull got 8 Oscar nominations in '81, Paramount decided to take a risk and set aside $14 million for the project. Of course, they were expecting to see De Niro in the role of Jesus. But after the conflicts on the set of The King of Comedy, the actor declined to work on the project. At the same time, the studio was bombarded with angry letters from religious organizations. Spiritual leaders called for a boycott of the film which hadn't even begun shooting. The team packed its bags for the 3-month-long filming trip to Israel, which would ensue in 4 weeks. While the paint on the set was still drying and the tailors were working on the costumes, they had to return their tickets. The project was canceled. It was a knife in the back which caused Scorsese to reject every Paramount project for the next 16 years. Even when its leadership changed. His years in Hollywood had taught Martin to be tough. This time, he didn't spiral into depression or have a fit. He just wanted to make a film.
Me too. Me too. Okay, I'll see you later.
The owner of a major music label in Los Angeles, media magnate David Geffen, was widening his influence in Hollywood with his own film company, which would unite with Steven Spielberg 10 years later to become DreamWorks Studios. But in the early '80s, Geffen Pictures made a lot of money on the comedy Risky Business and was ready to invest in new projects. The intriguing plot of a funny thriller called After Hours caught his attention. Joseph Minion had originally written it for a college assignment. His professor, the Yugoslavian director Dusan Makave, gave him the highest grade.
I think he's just waiting to be discovered.
The producers Amy Robinson and Griffin Dunne got in contact with Scorsese and convinced him to make the movie. He liked the plot, but what he liked even more was the studio's willingness to invest $5 million and guaranteed him creative freedom. The only condition was that Griffin Dunne was to play the main role.
I don't know what to say.
The director agreed and squeezed as much out of the actor as he possibly could, forbidding him to smoke, have sex, or sleep more than 3 hours a night during filming.
I gotta sleep. You understand that, don't you?
Martin created a parody on the classic Hitchcock story, an innocent man falsely accused.
They're all trying to kill me. I mean, I just wanted to leave. You know, my apartment, maybe meet a nice girl. And now I've got to die for it, you know?
The soundtrack copied Bernard Herrmann's style, and the camera movement was as though copied from the thriller Marine. There was also the exaggerated feeling of suspense and the many close-up shots. The effect was created by Michael Ballhaus, whose ability to film quickly and creatively amazed the director. The main obstacle was the scene with the keys. The keys falling on the actors were filmed for real. During the first take, they were not able to get the shot that they wanted, and the director and producers did not want to risk filming it again. Everyone was afraid to get Griffin hurt, except for Griffin, who insisted that they film it again.
I went, really? I got one more. We can do one more.
Just throw down the keys.
But Ballhaus found a way out of the problem by filming a few more frames from other angles and speeding up the moment with a quick movement of the camera. Paul's intriguing dialogue with the bouncer is almost word-for-word quote from the novel Before the Law by Franz Kafka.
Here, it's not much, but it's all I've got.
I'll take your money, because I don't want you to feel you left anything untried.
While we're on the subject of quotes, it turned out after the release that the first half of the film was identical to comedian Joe Frank's monologue. The plot, characters, and even the flying $20 bill.
Excuse me,
Frank sued the studio and got $1 million. As for unexpected twists on set, the finale just wouldn't come together. The idea to leave it with the retreating car just seemed too cruel. Thelma Schoonmaker's husband, Michael Powell, suggested that they bring Tom back to work. It was a crazy and completely illogical option. But they filmed it. It wasn't a sad ending, but during the pre-screenings, the audience reacted positively. Martin gave up but left the public food for thought. After Paul returns to work, the camera spins around the office and the credits roll. But when the main character's table comes into view again, he's gone. Is this a hint that the finale is the character's imagination, or a mistake? Well, that's up to you. After Hours brought the studio $10 million, and Martin a Best Director award at the Cannes Festival. Scorsese was reinstated to the Hollywood elite, and his wave of success washed him up at Paul Newman's door.
This used to be a nice, average, bad neighborhood. Now look at it.
After 20 years, the actor was going to film a sequel to The Hustler.
I'm the best you ever seen, Fats. I'm the best there is. Now, even if you beat me, I'm still the best.
Newman believed Raging Bull to be the best sports drama in history and suggested they do a similar screen adaptation of the book The Color of Money. Ball had neither studio, budget, nor script, but convinced the director to take the film.
There's something at the end of this. I wouldn't even tell you to do it unless the payoff was phenomenal.
According to him, filming a movie like this would be showing Hollywood his ability to work on mainstream projects, something Martin had yet to do in his 25-year career. They chose the author Richard Price for the script, a writer without film industry experience. Price recalls that the duo sucked all of the life out of him. First, he wrote and sent his drafts to Scorsese, who had added his comments and would send the pages back. Richard would change it and take the drafts to Newman, who would then give his comments, and Price would do it all over again. After 36 meetings, the text was finally accepted.
Very good stuff.
The project was picked up by 20th Century Fox, but the bosses didn't like the script or the young Tom Cruise whom Paul had brought to the movie.
You are going to be one of the greats, kiddo. One of the greats. I got a good feeling about this.
Yeah? That's why no one was against it when Touchstone Pictures offered to buy the project out. The new investors had some conditions for Paul and Martin. They would get a budget of $14.5 million and 50 days to film. Penalties would be paid by Scorsese and Newman, and they would return a third of their salaries if the film failed at the box office.
You find a newcomer with a better deal than that, you come to me, we talk.
The Color of Money became the only film made by Scorsese, which finished filming a day before the deadline, which saved them $1.5 million.
It was beautiful. It was fucking beautiful.
As for the filming process itself, Tom's effort is worth mentioning. For 3 months, he practiced playing pool, and besides the trick with the jump, did all of his own shots.
Everybody's doing it.
Martin was sure that the actor could have even done the trick, but didn't want to waste valuable time training him.
I think you're wrong, man.
It's also worth mentioning all the cameos, from billiard stars to a young Forrest Whitaker to Iggy Pop. And of course, the scene with the cue.
Doom.
Which led John Carmack to name his game Doom. The way Vincent beat his competitors seemed to John the perfect illustration of how his shooter was going to fare in the games industry. The picture also introduced Scorsese to his next wife. The producer, Barbara De Niro, lived with the director for 6 years and worked on his films even after their divorce. On the 17th of October 1986, the film premiered. It would go on to make over $50 million at the box office.
You smell what I smell? Smoke?
Money.
Increase the profits of every billiards club in America, and bring Paul Newman the only Oscar of his career.
Pool excellence is not about excellent pool. It's about becoming someone.
In addition, Mary Elizabeth Mastrantonio and Richard Price would also get nominated. Martin and Richard would continue to collaborate for their next project, The Short Bad, a screen adaptation of the song of the same name by Michael Jackson. The King of Pop had planned to film the clip in Brooklyn, which is why he invited the King of New York Film. Price wrote the script based on real events. The murder of a black student who was supposedly trying to rob an undercover policeman.
Black kid, 17, from Harlem, poor, with another black youth, tries to rob a white man, who turns out to be a plainclothes cop.
The main role was played by Michael Jackson himself, and Wesley Snipes debuted. It was also the last project done together with Michael Chapman. The visual aspect was copied from West Side Story, and was no less sweeping. And the final cost of production was just over $2 million. Only 14 clips in history have been more expensive.
You gotta be kidding me.
The success of The Color of Money and the music video Bad gave Martin his confidence back, and he decided to resurrect The Last Temptation of Christ. The script had been gathering dust for 6 years, until Universal Studios finally breathed some life into it. In comparison to the conditions that Paramount had offered, the proposal seemed awful. The budget was half the amount, and filming was to be moved from Israel to the less expensive Morocco.
John the Baptist sequence. And the only river left in Morocco, I think.
In return, the director agreed to make a commercial film for them in a few years. Scorsese was ready to agree to any condition as long as he could make his dream come true. The original candidates for the main role were Aidan Quinn, Sting, Ray Davis, who all rejected the project and were replaced with Willem Dafoe, David Bowie, and Harvey Keitel.
Every day you have a different plan. First it's love, then it's the axe, and now you have to die.
Mary Magdalene was to be played by either Madonna or Kim Basinger, but the singer did not make it past the audition, and the actress didn't want to depict a femme fatale. After that, he invited Barbara Hershey, with whom he had filmed a crucifixion scene 15 years ago. While filming, the director established a dictatorship. He forbade curse words and made the actors stop smoking. This left the paparazzi without any pictures with biblical characters holding cigarettes. For the main smoker, Willem Dafoe, this was the first and easiest obstacle. Filming had to continue according to schedule, and the actor had to film the scene with the cobra while suffering from a terrible flu.
You're here to trick me.
Trick you?
Later, Dafoe overdid it with the eye drops, which he was using to widen his pupils to give him an unusual countenance. Because of the overdose, the actor lost his sight for 3 days. Of course, there were some mystical moments. The finale stops abruptly because of some ruined film. Scorsese maintains that he found the defect in the most important part of the movie, when he was already editing and couldn't do anything about it. Coincidence or divine providence? We may never know. But the effect worked. Of course, the main events connected to The Temptation of Christ occurred after it finished filming.
We cannot permit this movie to be shown in the United States or anywhere in the world.
Religious groups tried everything from boycotts to threats. Many churchgoers were offended by the explicit scenes during Jesus' visions and the liberal interpretation of the Bible. Whole cinema chains refused to show the movie. In one of the theaters in France, the showing was disturbed by arson, which destroyed the building. Things were not much better in the States. Thousands of protesters marched against the film, and the founder of Campus Crusade, Bill Bride, offered Universal Studios $10 million to hand over every copy of the film so that he could burn them.
And when I saw the
the 5-minute documentary that they showed, or compilation of all these people screaming about the film, and I just sat there and realized that this picture is gone. Finished.
After the premiere, the real bullying began. Martin had to be accompanied by bodyguards at every event connected to the film. He even came to the Oscars with a bodyguard. Scorsese's film was nominated in only one category, Best Director. It's worth mentioning that it was extremely rare for a film to be nominated in this category and not be nominated for anything else. The humble profit at the box office was not a surprise.
That was never the case. I never expected to make any money anyway, and that's why I spent so little on it.
Not long before the picture's release, Scorsese, together with Woody Allen and Steven Spielberg, decided to resurrect a popular 50s cinema genre, the anthology. Touchstone Pictures gave each director $5 million and guaranteed them creative freedom in return for 3 shorts, which would be united by one theme, which, in the case of New York Stories, was the city itself. A few months before the project began, Spielberg left the project because he needed more time to edit Indiana Jones. The vacant spot was taken by Francis Ford Coppola, who made a reel based on the script written by his 16-year-old daughter.
Hector is our family butler and my guardian angel. He takes care of me when my parents are traveling, which is most of the time.
Martin's segment was a novella about an artist whose mistress assistant has an affair with a comedian. One of the unique aspects of the picture was its acting ensemble. Besides Nick Nolte and Rosanna Arquette, who played the leads, the short also starred Peter Gabriel and, of course, Steve Buscemi,
Peter!
who wrote his own monologue for the stand-up.
Then the cops come by and they say, well, how come you killed this guy? I said, well, he stepped on my foot. They're gonna think I overreacted.
Unfortunately, the forgotten anthology genre failed at the box office.
And, I don't like it.
But Scorsese did not give up, especially since Warner Brothers had approved his idea to adapt the novel Wise Guy by Nicholas Pileggi for the screen. Back when he was working on The Color of Money, while skimming through the New York Times, the director had stumbled upon a review for Wise Guy. That same day, he made a few calls and got a copy of the book about the rise and fall of the gangster Henry Hill, even before it was available in stores. A few days later, he was already at Pileggi's door. As soon as the door opened, Martin declared that he wanted to make a movie out of the book. The author replied that he had never imagined any other director but him for the job. They worked on the script together. But because of the time-consuming film schedule of The Last Temptation of Christ, they had to put it off. A year later, he didn't want to go back to a gangster story and considered scrapping it altogether.
Because what's the point of making another gangster picture?
But his friends Thelma Schoonmaker and Michael Powell insisted that he follow his goal, resulting in perhaps the greatest mafia biopic ever.
To me, being a gangster was better than being president of the United States.
His interest was piqued again by a new take on the text. Schoonmaker suggested that they create a nonlinear plotline and get rid of the clear chronological order of events. In the process, the title also changed, because in those 2 years, Brian De Palma's Wise Guy was released, as well as a TV show of the same name. That's how Scorsese came to direct the crime drama, Goodfellas.
He's a good fella, he's one of us. You understand? We were good fellas, wise guys.
The bosses at Warner wanted to find a first-class actor for the lead. Martin invited Al Pacino to play the role of Jimmy Conway, but he said no, because he didn't want to continue to play the stereotypical gangsters. Ironically, that same year he played a typical mafia in the crime comedy Dick Tracy.
Boys, we're back in business!
When the search was not successful, the director went to his old friend Robert De Niro for advice. When he asked him who he saw playing Jimmy, the actor replied, "Me." The duo's reunion charmed the studio, and they immediately gave the director a $25 million budget. De Niro didn't stop there and helped him find an actor to play Henry Hill.
Get the guy from Something Wild.
You're right. You're right.
Ray Liotta waited for approval for over a year and turning down the opportunity to play Harvey Dent in Batman. The auditions didn't impress Scorsese, but he was convinced by accident. At the Venice Film Festival, after a showing of The Last Temptation of Christ, Martin was walking surrounded by bodyguards, and Liotta walked up to him through the crowd even though security pushed him away like a cloying fan. However, Ray was not deterred and continued to try. That was when Scorsese decided to hire him, because Henry Hill was famous for keeping his cool even during the most aggressive situations.
Karen, just put it down.
Lorraine Bracco, Harvey Keitel's wife got the female lead.
Some nerve standing, Mia. Nobody does that to me. Who the hell do you think you are? Frankie Valli or some kind of big shot?
Then Tommy DeVito was played by Joe Pesci. After Raging Bull, Martin had found the ideal companion for De Niro.
Huh? You gonna get me? We're gonna work for this guy one day. He's gonna be a boss.
Before shooting started, the sound editor received 43 songs from Scorsese for the soundtrack. He had been compiling the playlist ever since he had read the book. In the spring of '89, in Martin's old neighborhood in Queens, they started shooting Goodfellas.
Hey guys, roll, action!
I could do anything. I knew everybody and everybody knew me.
As was his custom, most of the dialogue is improvised and some of the scenes Scorsese created as they went. The scene with the cold reaction to being complimented is actually a story from the life of Joe Pesci.
Tommy, no, you got it all wrong. Oh, Anthony. He's a big boy. He knows what he said. What'd you say? Right. Funny how?
When he was young, he worked as a waiter and accidentally and naively showed his appreciation of the funny behavior of a real gangster. Between takes, the actor reminisced about the situation, and the director decided then and there to film it. The director only warned Ray Liotta, which is why the film crew and the extras watched what was happening with sincere curiosity.
How do I know? You said I'm funny. How the fuck am I funny? What the fuck is so funny about me? Tell me. Tell me what's funny.
Speaking of extras, it's worth mentioning that it turned out that dozens of representatives from the mafia world actually took part. Scorsese fans got on set by pretending to be amateur actors, and in the accounting department at Warner, they noticed that the extras were using fake social security numbers as well as pseudonyms. Fat Andy, on the other hand, was played by cop Luis Ippolito. His father, uncle, and brother were all mafia.
And then there was Mo Black's brother, Fat Andy.
And in 2005, it turned out that Luis himself wasn't above breaking the law. The policeman was given life in prison for racketeering, extortion, and 8 murders.
Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa were sentenced to life in prison with no possibility for parole.
The original film prototypes helped its production. There was an anonymous advisor on set who knew all of the gangsters personally, and Henry Hill and De Niro spoke on the phone every day, where Robert would ask the smallest details of his behavior, like how did he hold a cigarette or a glass, even how he poured his ketchup. Hill was so involved in the picture that after the premiere he couldn't hold himself back and let the paparazzi know where he was. Because of this, the US government excluded him from their witness protection program.
Everybody had their hands out. Everything was for the taking.
And now it's all over.
The main test of the director's skill was the long shot at the Copacabana Club, where Martin had celebrated his graduation 30 years prior.
Hey, how come we can't get... I know you're waiting for me. I'll be right with you.
The scene was inspired by a similar method from Brian De Palma's Untouchables.
When he sees terror, when he sees coercion, when he sees crime, he can say...
In order to get the desired effect, it took the director 7 takes, which took 3 days of shooting. The 6th attempt didn't cut it because the legendary comedian Henny Youngman forgot his lines.
How are you all? I'm glad to be here.
Besides the long shots, the director was worried about the wardrobe.
Hi, Mom. What do you think? Look at my shoes. Aren't they great?
My God. You look like a gangster.
This obsession was bordering on absurd. For example, he would not begin shooting until he personally retied Liotta's tie, or insisted that they reshoot because one of the mafia extras was disheveled or ragged. The hardest scene for Ray was the one where he has cocaine withdrawal, because the director had to try and explain the sensation to an actor who had never experienced something like that, and help him to act naturally. Surprisingly, the dominating figure of the set was Joe Pesci, for his improvisation and unexpected remarks and dramatic scenes.
What the fuck are you looking at?
The death of Spider, Joe dubbed the most difficult scene in his career.
You gonna let this fucking punk get away with that? What's the matter? What's the world coming to?
In order to find the right motivation for the act, he spent months reading the biography of Tommy DeSimone. After the premiere, Hill said that Pesci had played him perfectly.
Very funny, guys. Here's a leg. Here's a wing. What do you like, the leg or the wing, Henry?
Considering the actor is 11 inches shorter and twice as skinny, That praise was impressive.
Why don't you just leave it alone now? I mean, I understand what you said. You know, the guy's talented. Leave it at that.
Even the final scene with Tommy shot was created in the moment. It was not just an allusion to the great train robbery, but another typical focus on the main character. As for the scene with Pesci with the young and not yet famous Samuel L. Jackson, with time, it would achieve cult status.
Yeah, you're always fucking late. You're late for your own fucking funeral.
The editing of the film was influenced by Martin's love for the movie Jules and Jim. That was where he got the idea for the voice behind the camera and the stop motion.
Avant de vous connaître tous les deux, je ne riais jamais. Je faisais des têtes comme ça.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Don't say you have to go. Don't say you need to run. I'll stop the clock on Central Station and we can have a drink downtown.
No! I'm getting money!
Oh, lover. Oh, lover. Please,
She's gonna be working. Okay? Oh, sounds good.
Take me to jail.
Surprisingly, the violent and bloody parade did not mortify the Motion Picture Association. In order to give Goodfellas an R rating, they only required that they cut out half a second of material.
I don't want to get blood on your floor.
The studio bosses, however, were another problem altogether. After the pre-screenings, the film got the worst reviews in the history of Warner Brothers.
The numbers were so low, it was comical.
Despite the reaction, on the 19th of September 1990, the reel was released to the public without any changes.
It's fucking great. What nice.
Mr. Conway!
Goodfellas won over audiences and went down in the history of cinema. Critics sung the praises of the director. It was the reaction that he had been trying to get for decades. It was the pinnacle of the genre that sparked an interest in gangster films for the next 20 years. The picture was able to eclipse the third installment of The Godfather, which was released 3 months later. And though yes, the Oscars were mostly dominated by Dances with Wolves by Kevin Costner, Joe Pesci got a statuette that reflected the strength of the movie.
Oh, it's my privilege, thank you.
Perhaps the loss hurt Martin's feelings once more, but this time, he really believed that he had achieved his best as a director. Thankfully, Martin was wrong.
Okay, guys, and action!
Do you want to be a bad man? Yes, you do. Do you want to taste sweet salvation underneath the summer moon? Do you need another hand now? Yes, you do. Go see Miss Joseph down on Columbus Avenue. Down in the city, there's a place that never sleeps. You can see it all up past 57th Street.
Whoopsie daisy.
Music is hot and the drinking there's free. Turn you upside down before you count to 3. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You're looking for a helping hand. You need a friendly face. Feeling good, you can barely stand. You're falling all over the place. You own it, they got it, they flown it, you bought it.
I'm an artist. You give me a fucking tuber, I'll get you something out of it.
Go see Miss Joseph down on Columbus Avenue. All right, Columbus Avenue.
There's no such thing as simple. Simple is hard.
July 1990. Goodfellas is poised to win the hearts of critics and moviegoers alike. But Martin Scorsese is already 3 months into a project that he's been putting off for 7 years. In 1993, Universal Pictures purchased the film rights to Schindler's Ark, a novel about a German businessman who saved more than 1,000 Polish Jews from certain death. Riding a wave of success following the release of E.T. the Extraterrestrial, the studio had given the nod to Steven Spielberg, but the director felt that he wasn't mature enough for such a serious undertaking. Sidney Pollack and Roman Polanski also turned down the offer. The fourth candidate to be asked, however, accepted. Scorsese found the script enthralling, but a tight schedule and difficult preparations were delaying production. The window of opportunity finally opened during post-production of Goodfellas.
Hey, here he is.
Oh, you broke your cherry.
But by that time, the director had lost the desire to pursue the Schindler's Project. Challenges that the director had faced upon the release of The Last Temptation of Christ were his primary deterrent. He didn't want to relive the boycotts, bodyguards, and threats that had been the fallout of his previous film. This was compounded by the fact that he couldn't find the actors to fill the starring roles. Meanwhile, Spielberg had by that time already directed 2 installments of Indiana Jones, Empire of the Sun, and Jurassic Park. The feeling of immaturity he had once had was now gone, and he desperately wanted another shot at the director's chair for the film. In exchange, Steven offered Martin the opportunity to direct a remake of the thriller, Cape Fear.
All I could think about was busting out and killing somebody. I wanted to kill him with my bare hands, slow.
A project that Steven had spent a decade pursuing. The film had already been greenlighted by the studio and had a $35 million budget. Was this the greatest decision in cinematic history, or a missed opportunity? It doesn't matter. The trade was made. Scorsese immediately took to rewriting the script. Screenwriter Wesley Strick had meticulously thought through every detail of the narrative with Spielberg. But the author had to write another 24 different versions of the story before Martin was satisfied. The final script was then shown to Robert De Niro.
I'd seen the original, I liked it. I liked the idea of the revenge and all that. And
I don't think you really understand what we're talking about here. 14 years.
The actor was attracted by the idea of stepping outside his typical roles to play psychopath Max Cady.
Come out, wherever you are.
He spent 7 months in the gym getting in shape for the role, with shirtless scenes being moved to the end of filming so that De Niro could be in peak physical condition. Robert's tattoos in the movie are real, but they were made from a vegetable-based ink that wore off after 3 months.
I don't know whether to look at him or read him.
The actor also voluntarily paid a dentist $5,000 to ruin his teeth. It ended up costing De Niro 5 times that amount to have them restored.
Money? Cancer. Do I look destitute to you?
Scorsese wanted to land Harrison Ford for the role of Sam Bowden, but neither he nor De Niro were able to convince the actor to take the part. Upon learning of the role's vacancy, actor Nick Nolte jumped on the opportunity. He had been dreaming of working with Scorsese again after their collaboration on New York Stories, so the actor hounded him for 3 weeks until Martin finally broke down and gave Nolte the leading role.
Good.
The casting of Juliette Lewis was De Niro's idea. Martin was looking for an unknown teenaged actress, among whom the likes of Reese Witherspoon and Drew Barrymore were touted as options, but Robert suggested the characters be more mature. The first and only contender for the role was Juliette.
Okay, night now.
Okay. Good night.
She showed up for the casting call without her parents and was found to be a perfect fit for the role after reading just 1 line.
You're not the drama teacher, are you?
Maybe I'm the big bad wolf.
By the way, the actress had received full legal emancipation from her parents at the age of 14 in order to join the Screen Actors Guild and work independently. Legally speaking, she was an adult.
Your parents don't want you to achieve adulthood. That's natural. They know the pitfalls of adulthood. All that freedom, they know it only too well.
Last to join the ensemble were Jessica Lange and the leading actors from the original film, Gregory Peck,
King Solomon could not have adjudicated more wisely your honor.
Robert Mitchum.
Trouble is, poisoning a dog is just a fine. But if he's unemployed, you gotta have money, or we'll bust him for vagrancy.
And Martin Balsam.
This court does not condone feuds
vendettas, or vigilantism.
Scorsese had to find a replacement for cinematographer Michael Ballhaus, who had previously agreed to film Dracula for Francis Ford Coppola.
Welcome to my home.
The primary candidate was Robert Richardson, who had been working in tandem with Oliver Stone for 6 years. At the last minute, however, horror film veteran Freddie Francis agreed to get behind the camera.
He understood mood, he understood angles, uses of lenses, and we had a really good time working with him.
Not wanting to miss the opportunity to work with the master, Scorsese promised Richardson a spot on one of his upcoming projects. Filming began in November of 1990 and lasted 4 months.
What the hell are you doing?
As with all of his films, the director welcomed improvisation.
Are you offering me something hot?
No, it wasn't that good. I don't know, something about it. Didn't have, it was great, it was great.
In addition to the scripted dialogues, there is an entire scene that was born on set. According to the script, the scene at school is supposed to be a chase, but Lewis and De Niro decided to play it out as a seduction.
You thought about me last night, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
The very first take was included in the final cut.
So I shot 2 cameras, and I think basically the scene is, the second half of the scene, the tighter shots, were basically all one take. It just happened, it was very like theater.
By the way, Scorsese was so impressed by the portrayal of Max Cady that he was seriously intimidated by De Niro's accent.
I'm gonna enjoy this all the more.
Robert took advantage of this and would leave threatening messages on Martin's answering machine a couple times a week.
You can use all those fears to draw upon and learn.
There were plenty of trials as well. Laurie's torture scene was shot over 2 15-hour days, and the actress spent half of that time in handcuffs.
I don't know what I was thinking.
God only knows.
I could barely walk, and my arms were all cut up from thrashing around, and then De Niro complimented me. He said that Charles Grodin was a pussy because he couldn't take the handcuffs off when they did Midnight Run.
Thanks. Because it's starting to cut into my wrist. Thank you.
I thought that was a supreme compliment.
The culminating scene of the fight between the Bowden family and Max Cady was shot in a specifically designed 30-meter water tank. A real houseboat, as well as artificial rain and wind machines, were installed inside the cistern. Amazingly, Martin had thought out and drawn each frame before a location was even built. Minimal adaptation was needed for Freddie Francis to capture Martin's drawings on camera. Once post-production on the film had been completed, the director, for the first time in his career, listened to the opinions of test screening audiences. Viewers found several scenes to be confusing, so Scorsese again gathered the film crew for a few more shots. These details helped preserve the integrity of the narrative. For example, in the original version, Cady is never shown grabbing the rope, so audiences had no idea how he had gotten back on the boat. These corrections must have helped because Cape Fear became the 8th most lucrative film of 1991, ranking in over $180 million at the box office. At the Academy Awards ceremony, both Robert De Niro and Juliette Lewis received Oscar nominations. Martin was surrounded by success, except in his personal life. With the release of his new film came his 4th divorce, and although his relationship with Barbara DeFina remained amicable, that brought him little comfort. How can a director express his pain? Simple. Shoot a costumed melodrama. While still on the set of Raging Bull, Martin's friend and film critic Jay Cox introduced him to The Age of Innocence.
When you do that romantic piece, this one is you.
Scorsese had read the novel 7 years later, but his desire to turn it into a movie didn't appear until after Cape Fear. The project got the attention of 20th Century Fox, so the director agreed to work on a screenplay adaptation, provided that he could write it with Jay. Fox had approved a $30 million budget for the film. Martin hired production designer Dante Ferretti, who had become famous for the scenery in Federico Fellini films, and also offered the leading roles to the actors he saw in the first days of preparation: Daniel Day-Lewis, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Winona Ryder. Lines were being rehearsed, scenes were being rewritten, and costumes were being sewn. Not the best time to cancel a deal, but nevertheless, that's exactly what the studio did. Scorsese was fortunate enough to be rescued by Columbia Pictures' Mark Canton, with whom the director had created Goodfellas. Mark provided the budget and took over negotiations with the owner of the old houses, where they had been planning to shoot most of the scenes. The film's hallmark is in its attention to detail. Among the numerous paintings shown in the film can be seen surprises like The Last of the Mohicans. Daniel Day-Lewis had just starred in a film of the same name.
Is that all you've been concerned about? It's long past.
No less impressive were the costume design, which received an Oscar, and of course, the script.
Are you very much in love with her?
As much as a man can be.
Do you think there's a limit?
Scorsese once called The Age of Innocence his most violent film, with its opposing moral and physical pain.
You won't go back.
I won't go back.
But the Motion Picture Association must be okay with that kind of pain, because for the second time in his career, they gave the film a PG rating.
Why?
I don't know.
Editing turned out to be the greatest challenge in creating the film. The new genre presented some difficult obstacles. The Age of Innocence contains few L cuts, while jump cuts and dissolves abound.
Mrs. Manson Mingott sent out invitations summoning everyone to a formal dinner. The dinner, New York read on the invitation, was to meet the Countess Olenska.
Stylistically, the film is unlike any other, and it took Scorsese and Thelma Schoonmaker a year to get it right. However, the main reason for the delay was the death of Martin's father, Charles, to whom the movie is dedicated. The Age of Innocence flopped at the box office, but earned 5 Oscar nominations. Gabriella Pesciucci brought home the trophy for Best Costume Design. Winona Ryder was nominated for Best Supporting Actress, while Daniel Day-Lewis wasn't in the running for an award only because he was already being considered for his role on the drama In the Name of the Father. Only Mr. Day-Lewis could find himself in such a predicament.
I don't think you'll ever quite be like everybody else.
Per usual, the director's schedule was packed tight. Having barely finished editing his previous film, Martin began writing the screenplay for the novel, Clockers. He quickly found some old acquaintances to fill the leading roles: John Turturro from The Color of Money, and Harvey Keitel, who had featured in most of Scorsese's films. Universal put their faith in Martin once again, approving a budget of $25 million. At the same time, Nicholas Pileggi, co-writer of the Goodfellas screenplay, came to the director with the idea of writing a book, and subsequently a script about the life of Frank Rosenthal. Frank was a famous Las Vegas casino manager and sports betting genius whose ties to the Chicago mob were a mystery to no one except the police. Scorsese was fascinated with the idea, and Nicholas, like a true master of diplomacy, convinced Rosenthal to agree to the book because he would be played by Robert De Niro in the subsequent film. One month before shooting began on The Clockers, Martin lost interest in the film, instead becoming a producer and handing the director's reins over to a friend and protege from New York, Spike Lee.
What the fuck happened?
Martin suddenly saw an opening in his schedule, and he decided to fill it with Casino. But Pileggi hadn't even begun a rough draft of the book yet. Scorsese, not wanting to wait, convinced the writer to work on the novel and the screenplay at the same time. Universal was the first to see the film's potential, and bought the rights with a $50 million budget. It was an incredible leap of faith for a project with no script and no primary source. Although, Universal was most likely motivated by the fact that, of all the big Hollywood studios, they were the only one that had never worked with Scorsese before. Their only obstacle was potential legal troubles. The sensitive topic of Las Vegas gambling institutions was enough to make the production company's lawyers sweat. One wrong move and the project would be thrown into lawsuit hell. Consultants convinced the director to change the names of the main characters. For example, Frank Rosenthal became Sam Rothstein. The surname was borrowed from a gangster from the 1930s named Arnold Rothstein, who was also known for gambling and sports betting.
Anywhere else in the country, I was a bookie, a gambler, always looking over my shoulder, hassled by cops day and night. But here, I'm Mr. Rothstein.
This didn't satisfy lawyers, so the inscription, based on a true story, was changed to based on real events. And just in case, any reference to Chicago or the Chicago Mafia were cut from the script.
Even back home years ago, when we were first hanging out together, he'd know if the quarterback was on coke.
But the most significant change was the name of the casino itself. The story of the Stardust Casino was now that of the fictional Tangiers Casino.
I was given one of the biggest casinos in Las Vegas to run, the Tangiers.
However, there were a few clues scattered throughout the film for the observant viewer. The song Stardust can be heard on the film's soundtrack 3 times. The instrumental version at Ace and Ginger's wedding. The vocal version, and at the end of the closing credits. Another problem arose when crooks refused to consult the film's crew regarding how to swindle a casino.
And that's just what these hustlers look for. They cruise from casino to casino looking for weak dealers the way lions look for weak antelope.
But Martin's ex-wife, Barbara DeFina, found a way around this by suggesting they hire ex-convicts and retired FBI agents who had caught the best crooks in the US.
In Vegas, everybody's got to watch everybody else.
Martin began casting. Leading roles went to De Niro and Pesci, a classic combination for Scorsese. This time was no exception. The dialogue between these characters is totally improvised.
What is it with you? All of a sudden you're trying to tell me what to do all the time.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but you're way out of line, Nick. What are you doing? Where's your head?
Where's my head? Where's your fucking balls?
Paradoxically, the movie about a casino involved paying off a lot of debts. Scorsese had saved the role of Ginger for Sharon Stone, who had left an impression on him 15 years prior. The actress had almost landed the role of Vicky LaMotta in Raging Bull.
You got the wrong girl.
The director's instincts turned out to be correct because Stone received the only Oscar nomination of her career and also won a Golden Globe, but more on that later. After Sharon, Martin called Robert Richardson, whom he had promised to work with back in 1991. Together, they created the visual concept for the film, taking examples from the best films noir of John Alton, such as T-Men, Raw Deal, and Slightly Scarlet. Another allusion to the noir was the title sequence by Saul Bass, the most famous graphic designer in cinematic history, who had worked on films by Hitchcock, Kubrick, and now, for the 4th time, Martin Scorsese. Unfortunately, the artist passed away 3 months after the premiere. On September 14, 1994, Martin said action for the first time in Las Vegas, where he would spend the following 4 months.
For guys like me, Las Vegas washes away your sins. It's like a morality car wash. It does for us what Lourdes does for humpbacks and cripples.
Shooting was done inside a real casino. Actual guests can be seen in the backgrounds of wide shots, and real employees of the establishment played the croupiers.
How did you learn how to deal?
The Riviera management allowed filming from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., so as to not disturb the mainstream of visitors during peak hours.
But we were not important. I mean, it was important there that everybody was to gamble. The first day of shooting, I see that they have an electric sign outside that says, "Come and see the shooting of Casino with Robert De Niro, Sharon Stone, Don Rickles."
The bosses also refused to allow any cameras into the accounting wing, so a separate set had to be built for that long sequence, the only artificial setting in the film.
The Holy of Holies, the count room. Now, this place was off limits. Even I couldn't get inside.
A large portion of the budget went towards wardrobe, the cost of which exceeded $1 million. De Niro had 70 wardrobe changes in the film, Stone 40. After filming had wrapped, the main characters were allowed to keep what they wanted.
Try it on, it's yours.
Robert personally selected each element of his appearance based on his experience of speaking with the real person behind his character. His serious approach started with his glasses and watches, down to the way he spoke, smiled, and held a cigarette. By the way, cigarettes are a nightmare for an editing director. They can change length from frame to frame. Or worse, switch hands. Robert kept Thelma Schoonmaker in mind while shooting. Sam doesn't light up a cigarette for half the film to make it easier on editing, and De Niro made sure to note the cigarette's distance from the filter, and verified it every take and scene in the movie. Joe Pesci's ability to transform into his character backfired. Las Vegas bigwigs mistook the actor for the real Tony the Ant Spilotro.
You beat Nicky with fists, he comes back with a bat. You beat him with a knife, he comes back with a gun.
He wasn't allowed into certain establishments on a couple of occasions, but when Joe nevertheless entered the gambling hall, some people crossed themselves, and others nearly fainted.
I'm a little confused. You're a little confused? Maybe if I stick your fucking face through this window over here, like, you know, you'll get unconfused. Give me the fucking money.
Pesci frightened people, but it worked in his favor. The actor broke another rib on set, just as he had done in Raging Bull. Scorsese was elated to be working with such a skilled cast, but even Robert and Joe's talent couldn't build the relationship between the main characters, which turned out to be the film's most challenging aspect.
What am I doing out here? I'm trying to make a living, that's all.
I'm just telling you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
All right.
But Sharon simply shined. The director's favorite scene is when Ginger throws the chips in the air. But this was the more lighthearted and easygoing side of her character. Stone showed her true talent later.
I fucking hate you! Can't take it anymore!
Her method acting and intense dedication to the role took its emotional toll on the actress. While shooting the phone booth scene, Martin would hold Sharon's hand in between takes to calm the actress, as she seemed to be teetering on the verge of hysteria.
Marty sat on the dirt by my feet outside the phone booth so that I could go to Crazyville, but so that I could see him and touch him.
Hi, it's me. This is who you wanted to talk to, right?
Listen.
Filming wrapped in January, and Martin immediately began the editing process. Casino is the first film in Thelma Schoonmaker's career to be edited on a computer. Experience suggested that an abundance of violent scenes would lead to a battle with the American Film Association, so the director got clever. He added a scene with someone's head in a vice for the sole purpose of getting the censors to demand its removal. This made the rest of the violence in the film seem less brutal compared to the scenes of outright torture. Surprisingly, they let the scene remain, but demanded that a couple of shots be cut from the bloodiest takes, after which, Casino received its coveted R rating. The book and the film came out at the same time and supported each other's financial success. The movie grossed more than $115 million at the box office, but critics ignored it. Casino was considered a less impressive version of Goodfellas, and use of the same two lead actors confused audiences. Moviegoers debated whether it was a sequel or a standalone movie.
In other words, I'm fucked.
In so many words, yes.
The film also disappointed when it came to awards. Only Sharon Stone was nominated for an Oscar. Scorsese himself described the film as a 3-hour story full of action and events, but absolutely devoid of plot.
Thank you. Thanks for that compliment.
So he didn't blame any of his colleagues for their lackluster reviews. He continued to work. The 4-hour documentary, A Personal Journey with Martin Scorsese Through American Films, is perhaps the best exploration of films from the 40s and 50s of the 20th century.
I mean, over the years, I've discovered many an obscure film, and sometimes they were more inspirational than the prestigious films that were receiving all the attention at the time.
The narrative even seems like a spontaneous interview. but it brings to life the legend of his incredible cinematic knowledge.
It may have gone unnoticed at first, but a strange darkness crept into American films, a feeling of insecurity, disorientation, and foreboding, as though the ground could suddenly give way under your feet.
Martin was planning to make another film based on a book. A copy of Shusaku Endo's novel Silence fell into his hands while on the set of The Last Temptation of Christ. Of course, after the challenges he faced with this religious film, shooting another raised doubts among studios. Plus, there was a Japanese version made in 1971.
お前らの中に都金制のキリシタンを密かに報ずる者ありとの訴人があった。誰と誰がさような不届きをしておるのか。まっすぐ申した者には銀100枚を与え。
The screenplay he and Jay Cox had written didn't help either. The same journalist who had introduced Martin to Cassavetes had given him The Age of Innocence. Negotiations with Italian studio Cecchigori Pictures, who owned the rights to the book, led to the agreement, but the project fell into development hell until either Scorsese or the studio could find funding. Towards the end of 1996, Harrison Ford's wife, Melissa Matheson, approached Martin and asked him to read her screenplay.
And they said, "Who's that?" I said, "Marty Scorsese." And they said, their mouths fell open. I said, "Are you out of your mind?"
Kundun was a biography based on an interview with the 14th Dalai Lama, and covers 30 years of Tibetan history. Not a single producer believed that the director would take on this film. His experiences with The Last Temptation of Christ and his rejection of Schindler's List led to some uncertainty.
I'm not saying he wants to do it, but I know he's going to get it.
But nevertheless, he agreed. The loss of his mother, to whom the film is dedicated, was the director's motivation this time. Catherine had succumbed to Alzheimer's on January 6, 1997. This was very painful for Martin. The love and reverence for his parents could be seen throughout his career.
You did not want to say goodbye. We never choose our way to die. I did not find a word to say. Some words to heal and a place to pray.
Tell you what I don't like. I don't like when he puts me in a picture and then he takes me out.
Well,
that's not fair. I worked so hard.
The Dalai Lama represents unconditional love, and to me, my mother was the closest person with that kind of love.
Is he still taking this? I'll murder you. You won't get out of this house alive.
Universal Pictures was the first to soon take an interest in the film, but no sooner had they signed the contract than their troubles started. The Chinese government opposed the film because it discussed the annexation of Tibet, and the production company got cold feet. Surprisingly, the project was picked up by Disney's subsidiary Touchstone Pictures, who provided a $30 million budget. This earned the company a 2-year ban in China. Not a single Disney production was broadcast on the territory of the PRC. Not wanting to lose the market, the studio officially apologized, signed a dozen unprofitable film distribution contracts, and built Disneyland Shanghai at its own expense, the profits of which the Chinese government owns a percentage. But in 1997, optimistic producers were hoping for a positive outcome to this story. It was, of course, a little scary that the production only had 4 professional actors in its cast, and those only played cameos.
Tibet has been poisoned by religion, and your people are poisoned and inferior.
A young Dalai Lama was played by his distant relatives, and in order for the novice actors to seem organic, Martin brought in Roger Deakins. The director wasn't so much attracted to the cinematographer's outstanding credentials as he was his history of working with documentary films, where one's ability to work with people with no acting experience is essential for success. The military occupation of Tibet meant that shooting there would be impossible, so outdoor shots were filmed in Morocco, where the director had already filmed The Last Temptation of Christ.
We were intending to shoot in India, but, we just never got the permit. And so we're back in the Atlas Mountains, where I shot most of The Last Temptation of Christ a decade ago. Actually, it's almost the same locations, too.
While interior shots of the temples were filmed in a Buddhist monastery near Woodstock, also somewhere he had worked before. For scenes involving children, the crew had to build a clown house in order to get the children to look in the right direction when needed.
I'd sit there and I'd see that clown looking at me. We're just waiting and waiting and waiting until he was giving us something,
Kundun was a rare example of one of Scorsese's movies receiving a PG rating, but that did nothing to help its success at the box office. The director was convinced that Touchstone Pictures' fear of China led to them sabotaging the film's ad campaign.
We do not know how it will end, and it is very sad.
Without proper promotion, they had doomed Kundun to be a box office failure. The film brought in a meager $5.5 million, just 1/6 of its budget. And yet critics consider this film to be the most beautiful of Scorsese's career. And the price for bringing to life such beautiful, yet horrifying events? Lifelong travel bans to China for Martin, Roger Deakins, Melissa Matheson, Harrison Ford, and 50 other crew members. But Scorsese wasn't planning a trip to Asia anyway. He was on his way to Italy.
The more films I made, the more I realized what an indelible mark Italian cinema had left on me.
Following his documentary on American cinema, he directed a 4-hour essay on Italian classics.
It's not as if Rossellini, Visconti, and myself sat down in the Via Veneto one day and said, hey, let's create neorealism. I mean, it basically started with filmmakers just trying to get their movies made.
These two films should be considered textbooks for every movie lover.
I like to think of neorealism as the seed from which a beautiful, solid tree has grown. And the branches on that tree represent virtually all the major Italian filmmakers of the post-war era.
Now, back to the main storyline. He stumbles across an excellent book, receives the studio's approval for the screenplay, and gets to work. Bringing Out the Dead was a semi-biographical novel by New York paramedic Joe Connolly, for which Touchstone, as if to apologize for Kundun, allocated $50 million. Martin was able to persuade the creator of Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, and The Last Temptation of Christ to take on the screenplay. Paul Schrader hadn't written for Scorsese since the religious drama failure years earlier. What better reason to get back together than for a story of New York by night, which Schrader was capable of describing like no one else.
It was the neighborhood I grew up in, and where I'd worked most as a paramedic, and it held more ghosts per square foot than any other.
A month later, the script was written. It read something like an eerie cross between the thriller After Hours and Taxi Driver.
All the animals come out at night. The street's not like the ER. There's no walls, no controls. To make up for that, they try to teach me how to act without thinking.
While reading the book, Martin had already determined who would play the roles in the film. For the protagonist, the crazy eyes of Francis Ford Coppola's nephew were the first thing to come to the director's mind. Nicolas Cage had been introduced to Scorsese a couple years before by his uncle. The director called up Brian De Palma, who had just worked with Cage on the film Snake Eyes. Brian highly recommended him.
It's a surprise.
Scorsese then offered Cage the leading role, who didn't hesitate to accept.
Our mission, to save lives. Our mission is coffee, Tom.
Scorsese and Cage prepared for filming by spending every night in an ambulance for 3 weeks straight.
All bodies leave their mark. You cannot be near the newly dead without feeling it.
This was a sad experience for the director, or rather, a sad reminder. He had frequently found himself in the back of ambulances over the previous 10 years, supporting his parents during their difficult health problems.
Help your family, they need you more. Help yourself.
Martin hadn't settled on an actress for the female lead, and so Nicholas recommended his wife, Patricia Arquette.
I'm sorry, it's just... it's important to me, I mean.
Her very first audition earned her a spot in the cast, which included Ving Rhames.
You ever notice people who see shit are always crazy? Scientific fact.
And John Goodman.
Oh no!
What?
I just remembered I'm so stupid. I had beef lo mein last night. I can't eat the same thing 2 nights in a row.
Filming took place from September of '97 to January of '98. Martin went on to describe it as the worst experience of his career. Instead of inspiration, nightly rides through the windy winter streets left everyone with a bad mood and a head cold.
Homicides, suicides, overdoses, accusing me of being there, witnessing a humiliation which they could never forgive.
This depressing tone can be seen in the film. The neon lights and gloom of New York City at night were captured by Robert Richardson. And accompanied by the music of Elmer Bernstein, who had previously worked on The Age of Innocence.
Rule it all! Oh, I love this city!
Frank's attempt to save Rose is the essence of the film. The actors performed all of their movements in reverse, so that the snow would ascend into the sky when edited.
Stomach again. No way! No pulse. Let me try.
The director's life somewhat resembled what he was filming, but producer Helen Morris was there to dispel the darkness. For the first time in 10 years, love had reemerged in Scorsese's life. While the movie was still in post-production, he proposed to Helen. The wedding was held in the summer of 1999, and in October of that same year, they had a daughter, Francesca. An event that couldn't even be overshadowed by the complete failure of Bringing Out the Dead. The film grossed about $17 million, making the list of the most unsuccessful films of that year. The film had gone unremembered by critics and underappreciated by colleagues. 0 nominations and no festival premieres.
That is the last time you do this to me, Martin.
The millennium was near. The 90s had brought a lot of pain, but also made dreams come true. On the eve of the new year, Martin was heavily involved in caring for his child, never suspecting that he had not yet reached the peak of his career.
I have a desire to tell stories, and I'm never quite satisfied.
Has begun strikes against the Al-Qaeda terrorist training camps.
Everybody's trying to be heroes when all they have to say to be okay is I don't know. And keep trying to get.
Martin spent the beginning of the millennium trying to find funding for a project that he had been hatching for more than 20 years. He had purchased the film adaptation rights to the novel Gangs of New York back in 1979, but no studio was eager to invest in such an ambitious project, given the director's frequent commercial failures. But in the year 2000, Harvey Weinstein decided to make Scorsese's dream come true, and Miramax Studios approved the film with a budget of $84 million. Martin now had the chance to express his boldest ideas. Production designer Dante Ferretti, who had worked with the director on The Age of Innocence, recreated 5 blocks of 18th century New York, stretching for over half a mile in length.
Each of the 5 points is a finger. When I close my hand, it becomes a fist.
The colossal structure was erected not far from Rome. George Lucas once came to have a look at the set. Astonished at what he saw, the special effects master took his friend aside and asked him whether he knew that these types of things were being done on computers for a couple of years now. Martin grinned, and Lucas declared the set to be the last of its kind in the history of cinema. Later on, when no one in Italy was able to find an elephant for filming, George helped record and subsequently add a 3D model of the animal to a scene, the only use of CG graphics in the film. But back to the development stage. By his own admission, Harvey Weinstein had endured cinematic torture because the director had him sit through more than 80 films to determine the project's visual style.
80. Can you imagine? And remember, no videos, no DVDs. Every movie has to be on the big screen. It was like going to school with Professor Scorsese.
Michael Ballhaus took over the visuals. The cinematographer had come back to Martin after 8 years, whereas previously Michael had portrayed a sophisticated Victorian-style New York in the Age of Innocence. Now it was time to show its other side.
5 Points, Murderer's Alley, Brickbat Mansion, the Gates of Hell.
Casting followed the usual procedure. Martin would listen to the advice of friends and invite old acquaintances to join the production. 7 years earlier, De Niro had acted in the drama called This Boy's Life with a young Leo DiCaprio.
Ain't no cure for the summertime.
While on the set of Casino, Robert said that he hadn't seen such talent since Jodie Foster in Taxi Driver. A couple of years later, the world was struck by a wave of Leo-mania, but the actor didn't let it get to his head. He fought hard for serious roles that would help him avoid being typecast as a young heartthrob. After Titanic, Leonardo's agent met with Scorsese on the set of Bringing Out the Dead and offered his client's services. Martin put the puzzle together. Liam Neeson was the next to join the production and was offered the role of Walter McGinn. However, despite the film's tight schedule, the actor wanted to play Priest Valen on the screen.
That the hand that tries to strike us from this land shall be swiftly cut down.
Martin approved of the swap and invited Brandon Gleeson to play McGinn instead.
Did I say what I want? That's why I wanted you.
As for John C. Reilly, he wasn't interested in the project at all.
You boys will settle with me before settling with each other.
John was talked into it by his friend, Paul Thomas Anderson, a longtime Scorsese fan who had even copied a scene from Goodfellas for his film Boogie Nights.
Gigi, listen, Jack and Amber's table, take them over all the clams. Let's go. Vamos. Okay, how's it going here?
There were some difficulties with Cameron Diaz. The actress had signed a 6-week contract, but ended up filming for over 6 months.
Well, gentlemen, I leave you in the grace and favor of the Lord.
Finding Bill the Butcher was a much more difficult task. The director had his eye on Daniel Day-Lewis for the role, but after the drama The Boxer in 1997, the actor not only announced his retirement, but also disappeared for 6 months in Italy, where he worked as a shoemaker. The offer was extended nevertheless. Daniel was intrigued by the idea of a mirror image of the Age of Innocence, in which moral violence would be replaced with physical violence. But the actor only agreed after meeting with DiCaprio and his friend Tobey Maguire.
You know, when somebody has a talent like yours, it's almost their responsibility to do it, to get back in the saddle.
Challenge accepted.
The actor listened to the future Spider-Man and, as usual, went off to develop his character. Daniel worked as a butcher for 3 months.
I love to work with pigs. The nearest thing in nature to the flesh of a man is the flesh of a pig.
Studied the New York accent of the late 19th century.
Man, are you? You see this knife? I'm gonna teach you to speak English with this fucking knife!
And handpicked his own wardrobe. He stayed in character while on set, in between takes, and even after hours, never removing his costume. Not to mention, he wore a prosthetic glass eye, which, after much practice, he learned to tap with the tip of his knife without blinking. In Scorsese's opinion, Daniel didn't just play Bill the Butcher, he became him.
Oh, I don't never sleep too much. I have to sleep with one eye open. I only got one eye, right?
Rude, filthy, and always disgruntled, he would go to the gym every morning, where he would listen to songs by Eminem at full volume.
Whatever you say I am, if I wasn't, then why would I say I am?
The song The Way I Am personified his image. Bravado, self-importance, and boastfulness were integral characteristics of the Butcher.
Is that understood?
Lewis's obsession rubbed off on DiCaprio too. Both actors followed the method approach, so their feud extended beyond the frame.
Ain't you never been to the theater before?
Nah.
DiCaprio once accidentally broke Day-Lewis's nose, But Day-Lewis played out the rest of the scene, and on the day of shooting the final scene, both actors, without breaking character, fought each other. Their dedication was laudable, but unfortunately, Scorsese and Ballhaus were busy going over the previous take and had announced a break, so nobody caught the brawl on camera. The production experienced plenty of difficulties, but financing was certainly the most problematic. Filming took place from December 2000 to April 2001, but the money ran out halfway through the process. Scorsese and DiCaprio first lowered their own fees to the minimum allowable level, but that barely covered enough to get them through a couple of weeks. They had to ask Weinstein for help. Harvey hadn't liked the idea from the very beginning. It annoyed him that 2 Hollywood sex symbols were hidden behind mud, makeup, and greasy hair. By the way, Day-Lewis hated his hairstyle so much that he immediately shaved his head the day after the final shot. As soon as the budget had been exceeded, Harvey suddenly had more influence on production and demanded that the most violent scenes be cut, especially the rat fights and severed ears. Scorsese defended the ears, but the rat fights had to be taken out. The cherry on top was shooting the ending. In the middle of the day, the producer called it a wrap and nearly forced the team to pack up. The desire to save some money led to the team having to come back 2 months later to finally get the shots they needed.
Soldiers now on 38th Street. The mob will not disperse. What are your orders?
Weinstein himself, of course, remembers it all differently.
All the things I asked Marty not to do, he did. And you know what? I'm totally fine with all of it. Make no mistake, this is Marty's movie, top to bottom, completely uncompromising. And I didn't ask for a compromise. We went over a few dollars, and so what? I made the movie for Marty. I served him. That's what I did as a producer on this film. For Marty, hopefully it will be vindication at the end of a long, hard 27-year road.
I know your works.
Harvey certainly had his own special way of serving. Even before the film was released, he decided to shield himself from any financial failure and sold the international distribution rights for $65 million. That's a serious advance for such a scrupulous historical drama, especially considering that the director valued authenticity over action.
For me, the book, Gangs of New York, led to other books. Herbert Asbury's source books of the period. I just wanted to say everything.
Most of the characters and gangs have real-life counterparts. The dead rabbits weren't just rabbits. The slang term used by Irish gangs in New York refers to the Gaelic word, rabbit. Translated, it means a person to be feared.
What's the battle? Natives against the dead rabbits. Which are you? What do you think? Dead rabbits.
Bill the Butcher was the moniker for a man named William Poole. There were also real people called Hellcat Maggie, William Tweed, and P.T. Barnum. Professors from the University of Washington have agreed that the depiction of the Five Points neighborhood matches that of every available historical document.
More or less everything, it's very close
to what it was, yeah.
Yes.
So, filming had finally finished, and that entire summer was spent editing and arguing with Weinstein. The producer nevertheless convinced the director to shorten the runtime by an hour, bringing the film to 167 minutes, which still isn't very short. The premiere was planned for the fall, but September changed the plans of every American that year. The film's release, of course, was moved. Martin took part in a charity concert in New York. It had taken Paul McCartney just 1 month to organize the event, which brought the biggest celebrities in music, movies, and television together on one stage. Leonardo DiCaprio and Robert De Niro presented Scorsese's short film, The Neighborhood.
There's probably no one who knows the ins and outs of New York better than my friend Marty Scorsese.
The change over acceptance of what America's supposed to be. Letting in the immigrants, letting in other cultures, other religions, other races, and everybody living together in freedom.
The release of Gangs of New York was first moved to Christmas, 2001, but then pushed back another year. The official press release said that it was too soon for such a violent movie about the city. Martin took advantage of the delay. He finished shooting everything that he originally didn't have time for, and then re-edited the film twice. The biggest change was the complete replacement of the film score. The work of Elmer Bernstein, who had 14 Oscar nominations and 200 films under his belt, was no longer a fit for the new version. But the final shot featuring the Twin Towers was not redone.
We did paintings and edited that skyline sequence before September 11th, and afterwards it was suggested that we should take out the towers, but I felt it's not my job to revise the New York skyline. The people in the film were part of the creation of that skyline, not the deconstruction of it. And if the skyline collapses, ultimately they will build another one.
Finally, the release, distribution, and acceptable result. Gangs of New York fell just short of $200 million in ticket sales. The movie's performance at the Academy Awards ceremony was record-breaking in Scorsese's career. The film received 10 nominations, including Best Director, for which Scorsese hadn't contended in 10 years. John C. Reilly also had a notable performance. The actor had starred in 4 films in the preceding year, and each nominated him for Best Supporting Actor, although he wasn't selected.
Boy, I'm down at the garage working like butt off 14 hours a day, and she's up here munching on bonbons and tramping around like some goddamn floozy!
Competing against films like the musical Chicago, the drama The Pianist, and The Hours, as well as the fantasy The Lord of the Rings, Gangs of New York was in for a crushing defeat. It didn't bring home a single trophy, the third time that's ever happened in the history of the Oscars. Other films to suffer the same fate were The Turning Point and The Color Purple. But there was no time to sulk. In the 62nd year of his life, Martin picked up the pace to unprecedented levels. In 2003, he produced and directed an episode of the documentary series The Blues, where eminent directors explored the development of the greatest American music genre.
These rhythms were carefully preserved and passed down generation after generation, through slavery, through Jim Crow, right up till the present.
He simultaneously helped the History Channel direct the charity film Lady by the Sea, The Statue of Liberty. In the aftermath of September 11th attacks, New York's greatest monument had been closed to visitors, and the film raised funds to reopen Liberty Enlightening the World. And let's not forget Shark Tale, which brought Scorsese and De Niro back together after nearly a decade. Amusingly, this time Robert got to play the boss, Don Lino, while Marty voiced the jittery whale wash owner, Sykes, and finally had to take orders from De Niro for once.
That's it. That's it. You are out.
What?
You're fired.
But of course, his main project was a biopic about Howard Hughes. Bringing this biography of this eccentric millionaire's life to the screen had been a director's dream for the last 40 years. In the late 90s, Michael Mann decided to take up the project and chose Leonardo DiCaprio for the leading role. But after completing 2 biographies in a row, namely The Insider and Ali, the director lost the desire to do another. In 2002, 2 directors immediately jumped on the opportunity. The first was Christopher Nolan, who had just finished filming Insomnia and was planning to shoot a story about Howard starring Jim Carrey. They were already 6 months into production when Nolan found out that a similar project had already been approved by Miramax, with Martin Scorsese at the helm. The director had to abandon the idea and began working on Batman.
Nice.
That's right. Scorsese got the script from Mann, and DiCaprio was immediately interested.
He explained to me when I gave him the script that he knew nothing about aviation. But he also said, I did Raging Bull and I knew nothing about boxing.
Author John Logan had already conquered the world with Gladiator and adapted the less popular Time Machine, but The Aviator was of an entirely different nature. It was a deep story about an eccentric figure in the golden age of Hollywood. Martin was intrigued by the topic, the script, and of course the chance to work with his favorite young talent.
Well, we'll make it. Take care of that, would you?
Leonardo had been dreaming of the role for 5 years at that point, even going so far as to attach his own recently opened studio, Appian Way Productions, to the film. The plot was based on the book Howard Hughes' The Untold Story, but underwent some significant changes. Logan wrote 18 versions of the script. The budget was again provided by Weinstein, $110 million.
We don't care about money here, Mr. Hughes.
Well, that's because you have it.
Sure, previous collaborations with the producer hadn't exactly been smooth sailing, but Harvey was the only one who had agreed to finance the expensive film, which carried no guarantee of success at the box office.
Welcome to Hollywood.
His only condition was that the project's timeline could not be exceeded. Scorsese signed the contract, but ultimately didn't keep his word and personally paid out $500,000 for the violation.
Where did all that money go? Well, it went into the plane, Senator.
The director was especially interested in the story's visual aspect, so selecting the right cinematographer was critical. The first candidate was Janusz Kaminski, Steven Spielberg's permanent companion. But Kaminski was already preparing to work on The Terminal, so Scorsese turned to his old acquaintance Robert Richardson, with whom he had filmed Casino and Bringing Out the Dead.
What are your colors? Stop fishing.
Together, they came up with a unique video sequence. Each year in the film corresponded to the coloring personalities of films in those times. The film's first scene mimics Cinecolor, an early technology of color cinematography. Then came two-tone Technicolor. Its distortion can be seen in shots of the golf course and on the table where they appear to be light blue and purple peas. Moving on to auditions, Martin recognized that the famous actresses who constantly surrounded Hughes were key characters.
Would you do me a favor? Would you just smile for me one time? Just once.
Gwyneth Paltrow had agreed to play Ava Gardner, but for unknown reasons, she dropped out of the project and was replaced by Kate Beckinsale, who had to gain 20 pounds for the role.
You listen to my phone calls.
No, honey. I would never do that. I'd never do that. I just read the transcripts, that's all.
Gwen Stefani's big screen debut came by complete accident. Scorsese happened to see the actress on the cover of Vogue magazine on the wall of a bus stop. Gwen was posed as Marilyn Monroe. Martin immediately saw his casting match for Jean Harlow and invited her to join the ensemble without even auditioning.
You could imagine how excited I was. I mean, obviously an idol of mine, you know, she was the original blonde bombshell.
Thank you. I would like to use this occasion to publicly thank Mr. Hughes for the opportunity he gave me. Thank you.
However, casting Cate Blanchett as Katharine Hepburn was always Martin's first and only choice.
Good evening, Mr. Hughes. Madame.
It's Miss.
Miss.
Although the actress initially turned down the role due to her parts in the final installment of The Lord of the Rings and The Life Aquatic by Wes Anderson. Martin was planning to replace Kate with Nicole Kidman, but in October of 2003, wildfires hit California and burned down part of the Aviator set. Filming was postponed and Blanchett was able to join the cast.
Now, Mr. Hughes?
If it would be convenient, Miss Hepburn.
Scorsese made Kate watch Hepburn's first 15 films, play tennis, golf, and take ice-cold baths, which Katharine had made fashionable at the time.
That's the trouble.
The scope of The Aviator was astounding. Over $2 million were spent on costumes alone, and Scorsese's longtime collaborator, Dante Ferretti, rebuilt all of the sets that had been burned down.
I dreamed always this period in Hollywood, the most glamour moment in Hollywood in the 30s.
Build a stairway to paradise with a new step every day.
The producers were granted access to Hughes' real mansion, and the New Dial special effects studio designed miniature models of most of the planes used in the film.
The Hercules, a plane, a boat, a flying city.
Small-scale buildings were also made for the scene where the XF-11 crashes into some houses. Of course, DiCaprio did a deep dive to prepare for this role. He took piloting classes and met with the star of The Outlaw, Jane Russell. Hughes had been the director of that Western film, and the actress was one of the last people to remember the man when he was alive. Leonardo also studied patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder, from which Howard also suffered.
One of the scenes that we worked on was where Howard Hughes, he had to get blueprints from this other gentleman.
Show me all the blueprints. 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 Show me all the blueprints.
From what I understand in my research, it has to do with phonetics and the way you say that, to have that sentence come out of your mouth the right and perfect way.
The attention to detail, visual aesthetics, and breathtaking performance by actors earned The Aviator worldwide critical acclaim.
Good. Great.
But, once again, it underperformed at the box office. The $200 million it raked in was hardly enough to pay off the film, despite its success at award ceremonies. It's received 3 Golden Globes, including Best Actor and Best Motion Picture, not to mention 11 Oscar nominations. Thankfully, the mistakes of the past were not to be repeated, but the top prize went to $1 Million Baby by Clint Eastwood, who received more nominations than Martin for Best Director, a 5th defeat for Scorsese. But The Aviator grabbed 5 trophies that night. The Academy gave due praise to the visual aspects of the film.
I was tempted, tempted by your eyes. I was tempted, the promises, the lies just keep hurting. They just keep on hurting. But I won't be the one to change you, and you won't be mine. No, you won't be mine. Like Eve in the garden when the evening came. How could I believe you, fooled and ashamed? I was tempted.
Robert Richardson won the award for Best Cinematography, while Dante Ferretti and Sandy Powell each won for Best Art Direction and Best Costume Design. After 25 years, Thelma Schoonmaker also got to celebrate victory once again.
As much yours as it is mine, Marty. Not only because you helped me edit the movie, but because you think like an editor when you shoot.
And Cate Blanchett received the first Oscar of her career.
And on behalf of everyone I know in the Aviator, thank you to Martin Scorsese. I hope my son will marry your daughter. Thank you.
That same year, Scorsese told the story of another genius.
I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my
The documentary, No Direction Home, Bob Dylan, peers into a 5-year period of the musician's life, from the time he moved to New York to a motorcycle accident that caused the artist to go on an 8-year hiatus.
I don't want to go nowhere no more. You end up crashing in a private airplane in the mountains of Tennessee.
And even though the film went unnoticed, it revealed a truthful and heartfelt biography of Dylan's life.
Lead to $100 plates, goodness hides behind its gates, but even the President of the United States sometimes must have to stand naked.
But the time has come to return to the genre of which Martin is rightfully considered the king.
You know, FBI, the gangsters, it all goes together. It's mind-boggling.
Work on a remake of the crime thriller Infernal Affairs began, while The Aviator was still in the final stages of being edited. In 2003, production company Plan B Entertainment bought the rights to remake the Asian box office hit from Hong Kong for $1.5 million. Company owner Brad Pitt had originally planned to star in the film with Tom Cruise, but Tom declined because of delays, and William Monahan's script got Scorsese's attention. The Departed reminded him of his favorite film with a similar plot, the film noir drama White Heat.
Cellmates, stick with him until you find out where he unloaded $300,000 in federal currency without a single bill showing up.
He was also intrigued by the challenge of making a film set in the present day, a rare experience in his career. It was only after he had agreed to participate that Martin found out it was a remake. This was upsetting for him. He decided not to watch the original film until after he had filmed his own, primarily to minimize stylistic similarities. The director invited DiCaprio to join the project right away, but that time Brad Pitt had already agreed to star in Babel, but he stayed on the project as a producer. Pitt also believed that Leonardo was bringing some much-needed youth to a story for which he considered himself a bit too old.
You serious?
Warner Brothers allocated $40 million to the production and demanded that filming began immediately. Casting suddenly became a race against time. The setting was moved to Boston, and so selecting a talented actor who had grown up on the streets presented an obvious choice.
Really?
Matt Damon was given a chance to audition, where he proved that he would fill an irreplaceable role in the film.
Yeah, really.
But then the director faced nothing but challenges. The role of Dignam was rejected by Ray Liotta, so Scorsese turned to his second choice, Mark Wahlberg. but the actor declined the offer for about a month, possibly in an effort to avoid working with DiCaprio after The Basketball Diaries.
Yeah, we're friends, right, Mark?
Friend Billy.
Do you accept me as your friend?
Sure.
I'm gonna fucking kill you! I'm gonna fucking kill you! That was a joke!
But in the end, the director's experience and charisma prevailed. Mark based his character on the police who had arrested him in his youth more than 20 times, as well as his parents' subsequent reactions.
I know what you are, okay? I know what you are and I know what you're not. I'm the best friend you have on the face of this earth, and I'm gonna help you understand something, you punk. You're no fucking cop!
Frank Costello is the anti-hero and central character of the film. Martin had initially invited De Niro to play the role, but Robert was in the middle of shooting his own film, The Good Shepherd. Al Pacino also declined.
Yet again.
Option 3 seemed like a total long shot. Jack Nicholson, who very rarely appeared in films, rejected the offer outright. But Scorsese didn't give up. With DiCaprio and screenwriter William Monahan in tow, he went to meet with the actor personally in hopes of persuading him. They must have left the right impression because Nicholson agreed, albeit on his own terms. Filming comedies was exhausting, and Jack longed to embody pure evil on screen. Monahan was tasked with rewriting and expanding the role. The screenwriter found inspiration in the real leader of the Boston mob, Whitey Bulger.
As the #2 most wanted on the FBI's list, second only to Osama bin Laden, speaks for itself.
Former undercover detective Tom Duffy, who spent more than 30 years with the Boston Police, assisted in recreating the crime boss's image and providing advice regarding authenticity on the set. The final touch that convinced Jack to star in the film, though, was total freedom to improvise.
I can't wait to wipe that fucking smirk right off of your face. Would you rather wipe my ass for me?
Scorsese agreed to support the actor no matter how crazy the stunt, because it would only highlight the character's unpredictability.
I'm an artist. You give me a fucking tuber, I'll get you something out of it.
3 of the best examples of Nicholson's insanity: throwing cocaine at prostitutes.
Want some coke? There it is.
The strap-on in the porn theater. And using a real pistol in the scene with DiCaprio, which Leonardo later said was one of the most memorable moments of his life.
Got something you wanna ask me?
Auditions had all but dried up, but it wasn't over. Mel Gibson turned down the role of Ellerby. If Alec Baldwin, who had impressed the director of the set of The Aviator, had not come to the rescue, Martin would not have met his deadline.
I know that.
The last addition to the cast were Vera Farmiga and Martin Sheen, who agreed without even reading the script because he had been dreaming of working with Scorsese for 30 years.
You know what we do here?
Despite the challenges along the way, a solid cast had finally been assembled. But top-notch actors required decent pay, and this had an effect on the project's budget, which had now grown to $90 million. Half of that went towards the actors' fees.
I'm sorry. It was necessary.
The Departed was the last collaboration between Scorsese and Michael Ballhaus. The film was the cinematographer's swan song, bringing an end to his career in Hollywood. By the way, the director always cared about Michael's opinion, considering that Ballhaus had filmed both Damon and Nicholson over the previous decade. Perhaps it was his recommendation that Martin had invited these actors to join the film.
Why would you have to remind me of that? Would I be any good at what I do?
Filming lasted from April to August of 2005. The incredible steep taxes on filmmaking in Massachusetts meant that the team had just a couple of weeks to get the material they needed in Boston. The most crucial scenes were filmed in the subway. It took DiCaprio and Sheen 50 trips and 2 days of shooting for a 1-minute sequence in the final cut.
Hey, where are you? Look down the car. Got me? Yeah.
A hallmark of the film is its memorable places and details. The X's that mark characters for death. The Rolling Stones song Gimme Shelter, which had previously featured in Goodfellas and Casino. And some even subtler hints. Costello and Sullivan struck up their friendship in a convenience store, and Billy's fight in that same store led to him meeting Frank.
Always there's something.
The contents of the groceries in the first and final scenes are almost identical. This may be the most intricate detail of the movie. It was Frank who had filled the bag, and working for him is what led to his particular incident. And here's a noteworthy line for you.
You got any suits at home, or you like coming to work dressed like you're going to invade Poland?
Because the Nazis designed their uniforms based on the design and patterns of the Massachusetts State Police. As was the case in Gangs of New York, the animals were computer generated. And although making a fake rat look real was a much easier task, its appearance was much more significant to the plot. Filming wore Martin out. At each stage of production, the impending finale of the film was morally exhausting. Try as one might, a director can't help but feel close to their characters and experience sincere feelings towards them.
What, do you get your period?
Scorsese did admit that the film was good, especially since he considered The Departed to be his first film with a real plot. But it drained him of his vitality.
You a psychiatrist?
I mean, I like the picture, but the process of making it, particularly in post-production, was highly unpleasant. I said, I don't care how much I'm being paid, it'll kill me. I'll die. Very simply.
Jesus Christ.
The film premiered September 26, 2006. Opening weekend showed that the production team's sacrifices had not been in vain. Audiences appreciated the film and it grossed $300 million at the box office. 4 months later, Martin won the Golden Globe for Best Director, and the Academy presented the film with nominations in 5 categories. Leonardo DiCaprio was not nominated for Best Actor only because Warner Brothers didn't want to distinguish him from the other cast members. Instead, the studio promoted Leo's candidacy for Blood Diamond.
Leonardo DiCaprio is here. Hi, Leo. How you doing? I don't have a joke. I just thought the ladies wanted to look at him for a second, so.
And to increase his colleagues' chances of winning for The Departed, Leonardo turned down the nomination for Best Male Actor in a Supporting Role. As a result, Mark Wahlberg was selected from the group of actors, but ultimately lost to Alan Arkin. This was the only nomination that The Departed didn't win at the Oscars. Thelma Schoonmaker emerged victorious for a 3rd time, and William Monahan took home the trophy for Best Adapted Screenplay. And of course, the main awards of the evening. For the first time in his career, at 64 years of age, Martin Scorsese's film won the Academy Award for Best Picture.
And the Oscar goes to The Departed.
And he himself won Best Director after 6 attempts.
And the Oscar goes to Martin Scorsese.
Thank you. Could you double check the envelope?
This was the first remake in history to receive the top prize. It was the triumph that Scorsese had been longing for 25 years. Ironically, winning awards for The Departed never even occurred to Scorsese, because he thought that such a dirty, crude, and violent movie would scare the Academy away. It's a good reminder that you only get what you want when you stop asking for it.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
It seemed like things would finally settle down, but that same year, Martin released 2 more films. The first was an amazing short mockumentary called The Key to Reserva.
There's a page missing. We don't know what happened in between. Yes, these are pages from... here's the best part. These are pages from the Hitchcock film.
The plot describes how Martin finds an unproduced screenplay by Alfred Hitchcock, which he then decides to film. It's sort of an ode to Hitchcock's work and that of composer Bernard Herrmann. The second project was a documentary-style portrayal of a Rolling Stones concert, whose music had accompanied his career over the past 25 years.
Okay, first song.
Mick Jagger and the rest of the band put on an outstanding show at the Beacon Theatre. which Scorsese and Robert Richardson then turned into a captivating film. Shine a Light was released in 2008 and earned $15 million at the box office. Meanwhile, a pair of recent collaborators on The Departed had started a war. A bidding war, that is. Producer Brad Pitt and leading man Leonardo DiCaprio both wanted to buy the film rights to the memoirs of Jordan Belfort. The Wolf of Wall Street ultimately went to Leonardo, who had forked out $1 million for it, and immediately sent it to Martin. But the story, full of drugs, sex, and obscenities, not to mention a very dubious protagonist, failed to attract an investment.
I think it's awful.
The search for a buyer dragged on, and when Scorsese was sent a script based on another novel, the time had come to make a decision. The story was fascinating, and Martin immediately sent it to DiCaprio. The actor happened to be familiar with the author's work and had seen the film adaptations of Mystic River and Gone Baby Gone. The right to Denise Lehane's Shutter Island belonged to Phoenix Pictures, a tiny film studio that did have a couple of hits to its name, David Fincher's Zodiac and Terrence Malick's The Thin Red Line. The company's producers were looking for well-known directors and serious stories. The prospect of having a noir thriller by the likes of this dynamic duo gave the project an almost automatic green light.
Crazy people, they're the perfect subjects. They talk, nobody listens.
Plus, in the coming months, Max von Sydow, Ben Kingsley, Michelle Williams, and Emily Mortimer would join the cast.
Who are these men?
But there was a toss-up for the role of Teddy Daniels' partner between Robert Downey Jr. and Josh Brolin. But the director's mind was changed by a letter from a fan who admired Martin's genius and offered his services whenever he could, and at any price.
Can't wait.
This fan was Mark Ruffalo, and although his methods were unconventional, they landed him the role of Chuck Ayul.
All they had to do was fake an escape to get you here, and now they have you. Now they have us both. Here, now!
As usual, before heading out to the shooting locations, Scorsese conducted a 2-week rehearsal, where he encouraged improvisation and rewrote the script. This is where the last line of the film was born. The novel's original ending had come a minute earlier.
Which would be worse? To live as a monster? Or to die as a good man?
Shutter Island is one of the few films in cinematic history that was created with the intention that it would be watched more than once.
I've tried to put little things in that on first viewing you might think is strange, but it doesn't raise a red flag, you know?
Sorry, Doctor. You don't happen to have an aspirin, do you?
Crimes of headaches, Marshal.
The main characters, supporting characters, and even the guards played 2 different roles.
Marshal Daniels.
Doctor.
Marshal Hall. Thank you, Deputy Warden. That'll be all.
Every scene and every line can be interpreted 2 different ways.
The old school believes in surgical intervention, psychosurgery, procedures like the transorbital lobotomy.
Especially the minute details of the opening sequence, nervous security personnel and unusual holster problems for a federal marshal. Ruffalo's character was the most distinct example of this kind of dualism.
Why was that a big deal?
At first, he plays a strange but devoted partner.
Everything about this place stinks of government ops. What if they wanted you here?
Bullshit.
Only to take on the guise of a caring physician later on.
What's wrong with you?
No wonder the title of the film, Shutter Island, is an anagram for 2 phrases at once: truths, denials, and truths and lies. The effect that water and fire have on the main character is also surprising. Until the end of the film, it's not clear why being near water makes Teddy feel sick.
It's a lot of water. Water.
And Andrew doesn't trust fire.
What the hell, boss? I'm your partner, for Christ's sake. We just met, Chuck.
And of course, the seeming errors of continuity cause the audience to question whether they themselves are losing their minds.
Thank you, Marshal.
The scenery itself was designed to reflect the protagonist's inner world, confused and illogical.
When you go inside, it's like you're inside your brain.
Dante Ferretti did a tremendous job. The mental hospital is based on the recollections of the project's technical consultant, Dr. James Gilligan, who had worked in institutions for the mentally ill for 30 years.
So I was asked to talk to the set designer and describe to him what the old Bridgewater had been like in the 1950s.
The red brick building on your right is Ward A, the male ward. Ward B, the female ward, is the one on your left. Ward C is that building on the bluffs.
Of course, such a location doesn't actually exist, so Shutter Island had to be pieced together from 3 separate places: Pedex Island, the city of Nahant, and the Medfield Psychiatric Hospital. Scenes featuring rocky cliffs were created using CGI. With the exception of digital cameras for the first time in the director's career, the film used the latest cinematic technology. The musical component of the film was a serious experiment by Martin. There was no original score with a composer. Instead, Scorsese brought in his friend Robbie Robertson, who also happened to be one of the best guitarists on the planet. Robbie handpicked and compiled a selection of unique pieces by contemporary classical composers to transform what was happening on screen. A month before the October premiere, Paramount Pictures, who had sold the distribution rights, postponed the film's release to mid-February of the following year. This reduced the thriller's competition to a minimum, allowing it to bring in $40 million on its opening weekend, and almost $300 million over the next 2 months. The highest earnings in the director's career. But everything comes at a cost, even money.
You're kidding me.
Due to the film's debut being pushed back, it became ineligible to compete for awards. The Golden Globes had already passed, and candidates for the Oscars had to be submitted much more in advance. Of course, the film could have been eligible for the following year's ceremonies, but doing so would have been an extremely rare exception for a studio.
I've been hearing this fantasy for 2 years now. I know every detail.
At least the director could add this project's financial success to his list of achievements.
I didn't realize there are generations who do not know about the origins of film.
At the beginning of the decade, Scorsese took a serious interest in documentary filmmaking.
I remember going to the Loewy's Commodore. It's now gone, like most of the old theaters are.
A Letter to Elia is the biography of Elia Kazan, Martin's favorite director.
It spoke to me in a way that no one else I knew in my life seemed to be able to do.
Fun fact, Kazan's final film, The Last Tycoon, starring Robert De Niro, was released the same year as Taxi Driver.
My life has taken another turn again.
Despite his brilliant films, Elia was considered a controversial figure among the creative circles. In 1952, at a meeting of the House Committee on Un-American Activities, he identified 8 actors as being members of the Communist Party, of which he himself was a member in the 1930s. The names he provided were blacklisted in Hollywood and destroyed the careers of those individuals. Half a century later, Elia received an honorary Academy Award, but some of those in attendance refused to applaud, while others chose not to stand. But Scorsese's narrative focused on the director's work, which is filled with masterpieces of world cinema.
A film director has to get a shot no matter what he does. We're desperate people, and one way or another, no matter what we have to do, we'll do it.
That same year, Scorsese got scooped up by the HBO channel for work in television. He first shot a biopic of the writer Fran Lebowitz, famous for her poignant, caustic commentary on public life.
I mean, here's the problem with being ahead of your time. By the time everyone gets around to it, you're bored.
Martin and Fran quickly became friends. Both grew up in New York and reveled in the magic of the great city.
Walking in New York is a mode of transport. That's how I get around. I walk everywhere.
Well, Leibowitz's story once again confirmed the director's reputation as an encyclopedia of cinematic knowledge.
You know in the third scene in that Buster Keaton movie where he's looking in the candy store, and I would say, no, I don't know that. and then he would show you the movie.
But HBO wasn't going to let Scorsese go. His next project turned out to be much more difficult. Following the completion of The Sopranos, the show's executive producer, Terrence Winter, was looking for an idea for a new show. The book,
You young fellas, no appreciation for the art of conversation.
the pilot episode, had a budget of over $18 million, a record which HBO itself broke while filming the series The Pacific and Westworld. Martin didn't stop at directing the first episode. He continued to make edits to the script and rough cuts of most of the episodes. Upon its release, Boardwalk Empire became the channel's biggest overnight success, but only for a year. The show lasted 5 full seasons, although Winter said that he was prepared to shoot until he had chronicled 50 years of American gangster history. Even before filming for Boardwalk Empire began, Scorsese was approached by the widow of George Harrison, lead guitarist of the Beatles. After watching Martin's documentary about Bob Dylan, Olivia realized that he was the only director she could trust to film a biography about her late husband. Moreover, Martin had actually met George 30 years earlier on the set of The Last Waltz. To turn down the opportunity to shoot a biography of such a great musician would have been a serious mistake, especially since Olivia Harrison was granting access to George's private collection, which contained memorabilia, letters, unreleased videos, and home movies. The film tells Harrison's life story as he pursued spirituality, amateur race car driving, philanthropy, and meaning as one of the 4 people who had changed the world forever. Martin had honored the musical world with a magnificent film, but the time had come to show his true feelings towards his first love. Cinema. Interestingly, the director was prompted to do this by his youngest daughter. Francesca introduced her father to Brian Selznick's novel, The Invention of Hugo Cabret, and asked him to make a movie based on it, preferably in 3D. It only took a couple of minutes for Martin to be won over by the artistic retelling of the lives of cinematic pioneer, Georges Méliès. The main character was based on Georges, who had shot more than 500 films. The most famous of these was the first ever sci-fi film called A Trip to the Moon. But his business went under, thanks in no small part to Thomas Edison, who had closed the American movie market to Méliès having gone broke. The director burned most of his films and became a toy seller. It wasn't until 1932 that his contribution to cinema was finally acknowledged, when the global film community had managed to find Georgia. As the founder of the charity for the recovery and restoration of rare and old films, Martin had already fallen in love with the plot. When he found out that the author of the novel was Brian Selznick, a relative of David Selznick, screenwriter of the first film that he had ever taken his mother to, he no longer had any doubts as to the project that he would work on next. It didn't hurt that he had finally found funding to shoot Silence. But this new film forced him to postpone the religious drama, which after 10 years was already seeming like a pipe dream. The rights to Hugo had been purchased even before the book was published, and Scorsese's interest significantly accelerated the process. The story was adapted for the screen by John Logan, a partner in The Aviator, while Robert Richardson again took his seat behind the camera.
And so the great adventure began.
The film's new format had both the director and the cinematographer worried. The colleagues had 2 options: either shoot the film the old-fashioned way and convert it to 3D in post-production, or shoot it in compatible 3D format from the very beginning. Martin turned to James Cameron for advice, who insisted on the second option. To better understand the specifics of how this would work, Scorsese and Richardson spent 2 weeks studying modern film technology at Cameron's production company. After a trial screening of the film, James would go on to call it a masterpiece with the best 3D cinematography in history, including his own films.
It's absolutely the best 3D photography that I've seen.
Casting, for once, turned out to be an enjoyable experience. They first found two talented kids.
Went into a dark room, and on a white screen saw a rocket fly into the eye of the man in the moon.
While Hugo would be Asa Butterfield's cinematic debut in a leading role, Chloe Grace Moretz had already won the hearts of moviegoers in films like 500 Days of Summer and Kick-Ass. Next to join the project were Shutter Island actors Ben Kingsley.
Magic tricks and illusion became my speciality. The world of imagination.
And Emily Mortimer, as well as the previously mentioned Boardwalk Empire hero Michael Stahlberg.
It is a masterpiece.
Sacha Baron Cohen was called in to play the role of the inspector.
I would like to direct this movie. I think Martin is doing an awful job at it.
Scorsese admired the actor's talent and pictured him in the role immediately as he read the book.
Seems Maximilian doesn't like the cut of your jib, little man. He is disturbed by your physiognomy.
Cohen joined the cast with a dozen ideas, most of which were thrown out because the jokes were deemed inappropriate for children.
And then my false leg would fly out into the audience. But then we realized that actually the kids would be freaked out by that.
Hold the train! Oh, help! Help! Assistance! Oh! Hold it! Hold it!
Despite the fact that the film is set in Paris, a significant portion was actually shot in London, so having the British acting elite involved in the project should come as no surprise. Francis Delattre, Richard Griffiths, and Helen McCrory are names that have never disappeared from theatre posters in England.
You were an actress.
A long time ago, children.
And then, of course, came Christopher Lee, with whom the director had maintained a cordial relationship for 20 years, but could never find a project that he felt suited the seasoned talent.
I always felt that my career would not be absolutely complete unless I did a film with Martin Scorsese.
Filming lasted 3 months, a couple weeks of which were spent in Paris. One of the film's notable features is its layering of visual illusions, ranging from high-tech depth effects to magic. Card tricks. Sequences from Méliès films. Cameos by Martin and Ben Kingsley's son, as well as historical cameos. The king of the gypsy guitar, Django Reinhardt, can be seen playing in the cafe scene. And among his audience, the artist Salvador Dali and writer James Joyce. The automaton is the recreation of a mechanism based on inventions by Jacques Dreux in 1768, which is still capable of drawing pictures no less complex than those shown in the film. Nevertheless, the lion's share of Hugo relied on computer animation. One opening camera sequence was designed before filming began, with the final rendering not being ready until a year later. But the $150 million love letter to cinema turned out to be a commercial fiasco, as the payoff for Paramount Pictures ended up being less than $200 million. Nevertheless, not only did the film receive favorable reviews from critics, Hugo virtually stole the show at the annual awards ceremony. Scorsese won the Golden Globe for Best Director, and the film received 11 Oscar nominations 2 months later, winning 5. The Academy praised the sound, set, visual effects, and cinematography, earning Robert Richardson his 3rd Oscar.
I know the rest. It's enough poetry for today.
While Scorsese was busy reveling in documentaries and telling the world about the history of film, Leonardo DiCaprio was in his 5th year of battling studios for permission to film The Wolf of Wall Street. In 2010, it almost worked out. Warner Brothers agreed to finance the film, provided it was directed by Ridley Scott. Ridley and Leo had been wanting to work together, but a critically limited budget and strict censorship forced them to abandon the project. 2 years later, the screenplay was bought by independent studio Red Granite Pictures. Producer and co-founder Riza Aziz made DiCaprio an unprecedented offer, a budget of $100 million, with a quarter of that total going towards the actor's salary. No censorship and complete creative control. Leonardo, who saw The Wolf as a modern adaptation of Caligula, immediately signed the contract and called Scorsese. Martin had recently celebrated his 70th birthday, hardly an occasion to sign on to the most reckless film in his career.
That's gonna take this company into the fucking stratosphere!
After 40 years of battling over every frame, he had finally been given the opportunity to unleash his full power on the silver screen. But this meant that he once again had to postpone silence, for which casting had already begun. Daniel Day-Lewis, Benicio del Toro, Liam Neeson, and Gael Garcia Bernal were in negotiations for the leading roles. This earned Scorsese the ire of Setchigori Pictures, who promptly sued him. The plaintiffs believed that the director had deliberately breached their contract for Wolf. The studio demanded $1.5 million in compensation from the director, as well as forfeiture of claims to the project. Fortunately, the parties were able to reach a settlement, which stated that Silence would be Martin's very next feature film, following Belfort's biography.
And I must trust God has put it down.
The screenplay for The Wolf of Wall Street was entrusted to the creator of Boardwalk Empire, Terrence Winter. As per usual for a Scorsese film, the script was ignored while shooting.
Well, that's, Yeah, Jordan, what's EJ Entertainment?
Martin and DiCaprio took charge of casting. The actor had run into Jonah Hill at a Mexican resort and arranged for him to meet with the director. Hill preferred auditions to conversations, despite the fact that he hadn't needed an audition to land a role in 6 years. Scorsese complied with Jonah's request as a formality, because after seeing him perform in the drama Moneyball, he was already convinced of Jonah's fit for the part. However, in order to guarantee a spot in the film, Jonah cut his royalties to $60,000, the minimum amount allowed by the Actors Guild.
It's fucking good, right?
Once on set, he quickly became known as the King of Improv. Jonah not only caught everyone off guard with his remarks, but also with an artificial penis and dentures. To overcome the lisp they caused, the actor would put them in and chat with random people on the phone for hours at a time.
One thing I know about in this world is airlines. And Kushan Airlines is the future of airlines.
By the way, one of his improvs got out of control,
Who's fucking teaching you that shit?
and Josh Bernthal actually punched him so hard that his false teeth flew out. But Hill never broke character.
You okay? Hey, pal.
Although the script had plenty of crazy scenes on its own. Wharf tossing, parading strippers, and a flight to Vegas. And yes, the goldfish survived. Animal cruelty laws allowed the actor to put the fish in his mouth for up to 3 seconds, and then put it back into its tank. Jonah is also the only actor to be admitted to the hospital for a vitamin D overdose from the false cocaine. By the way, the creators were forced to change the names of several of the main characters, especially Danny Porish, who became Donnie Azoff. Danny had threatened to sue the production, and had every right to do so.
Smoke crack with me, bro. Fucking smoke crack. Smoke some fucking crack with me, bro.
But back to casting. In addition to Matthew McConaughey,
I fucking love that.
Margot Robbie
Stop flexing your muscles, Jordan. You look like a fucking imbecile.
and Jean Dujardin also joined the ensemble. 3 directors featured in the picture: Rob Reiner,
This is obscene.
Jon Favreau,
Stock manipulation, high-pressure sales tactics, ticky-tack shit like that.
and Spike Jonze.
I don't know anything else about them other than that.
Another industry professional helped Martin stage the scene with Steve Madden.
My name's Steve Madden.
Yeah, we know who you are.
Steven Spielberg had come to visit a friend on the set, but got so carried away by the process that at first he started giving advice to the actors, and then later even helped choose angles and set up cameras.
Let's give it up for Steve Madden and his awesome Mary Lou. Hold that up, hold that up, hold that up proud.
By the way, there were real Stratton Oakmont brokers scattered throughout the crowd scenes in The Office. Rodrigo Prieto, who had become famous for his work with Alejandro Gonzalez, Iñárritu, and Oliver Stone, was brought on as head cinematographer. It was his collaboration with Stone on Wall Street Money Never Sleeps that got the director's attention.
I go to the one place on earth that befit my high-minded ambitions.
The most difficult scene to film was the Quaalude trip.
Pow! I mean, I had skipped the tingle phase and went straight to the drool phase.
Falling down the stairs and attempting to open the car with his feet was an improvisation by Leonardo, which he was only able to perform once due to seriously injuring his back in the process. The flight in the kitchen took 3 days to shoot. Another long day of shooting was the nursery scene.
So take a good look, Daddy.
Margot Robbie spent 17 hours seducing Leo in front of 30 members of the film crew.
Yes, I think it's true. Say hi, Mommy. Say hi to Rocco and Rocco.
In another scene, it was the actress herself who insisted on full nudity, while Scorsese recommended she use a robe. By the way, this was the first nude scene in Robbie's career, which she justified through Naomi's treatment of her body as a commodity. So this scene was, quite simply, a sale. By the way, the director considers Matthew McConaughey's cult-like improv to be the most important element of the first act, because it set the tone for the rest of the film. A scene that was just as crazy was the interrogation sequence. Martin chose to not use the script at all, instead giving the actors one simple task: don't say anything important.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Sorry, I have no recommendation of that.
No.
Jack?
No.
Several takes lasted over 20 minutes, and according to Thelma Schoonmaker, were worthy of their own short films.
You recall Carter's Corporation? You do recall it?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Editing such a film turned out to be a taller order than shooting it. Sure, the studio let the director's imagination run wild, but the Motion Picture Association would not be so forgiving. Martin was forced to cut the sex scenes and either cut or revise the gay orgy. Some furniture was added to the sequence in post-production to hide the actors' genitals. However, the censors did allow 681 curse words.
Because I mean, fuckity fuck, Jordan, look at this thing.
This achievement put The Wolf in the Guinness Book of World Records for most swearing in a motion picture. But this achievement seemed insignificant because the previous record belonged to Casino.
Break your fucking heads and you won't walk out of here. You see that fucking saw? We're gonna use it. You don't fuck around in this place.
Scorsese also used a trick from Shutter Island in post-production. Mistakes are deliberately scattered throughout scenes where the protagonists are taking drugs. Objects change positions, events are out of order, and even the cutaways themselves look incomplete and out of place.
We own the fucking company.
Wait.
The Wolf of Wall Street hit movie theaters on Christmas Eve, 2013, and immediately dominated the box office. With nearly $400 million in ticket sales, it became Martin's highest-grossing film and Red Granite Pictures' first commercial success.
The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
3 years later, the company would find itself in the midst of a financial scandal. An FBI investigation led to the discovery that funds stolen from the Malaysian government had been allocated to fund production of The Wolf of Wall Street. The trial would go on to last 3 years, with Martin and Leonardo both interrogated and searched. In 2019, producer Riza Aziz would be acquitted of the charges, but his studio would close its doors.
See, money doesn't just buy you a better life, better food, better cars, better pussy. It also makes you a better person.
But in the winter of 2014, 5 Oscar nominations and a Golden Globe for Best Actor were no cause for concern.
I never would have guessed I would have won for Best Actor in a comedy, so I'd like to...
The following year, Martin produced more documentaries and also returned to HBO with his own work, where he proved once again that non-fiction films can be just as fascinating as anything a screenwriter can come up with.
We were, from the beginning, skeptical about state power. matters of war, of human rights.
The 50-year argument follows the story of the New York Review of Books and the handful of radicals that started it. And of course, as was tradition, following the documentary, he decided to create a series.
Now you wanna be something, wanna be someone who can wow, what you thinking about the towns you did, need to give it now.
The idea of making a behind-the-scenes biopic about the music industry was a suggestion by Mick Jagger. In the early stages, there were plans to shoot a film, and rough drafts of the script had gotten Paramount Studios' attention. But it was ultimately a friendly cable channel that approved the project. Terrence Winter was again the writer and showrunner, with Martin and Mick Jagger as producers. The director also shot the pilot episode for vinyl. The project seemed to have a bright future, and the pop industry of the 70s was a fruitful topic. The episode, directed by Scorsese, captivated the channel's viewers and was immediately renewed for a second season. But at the end of the 10th episode, ratings had dropped to such low levels that the bosses at Home Box Office closed the project.
I don't know what it is with you people.
Scorsese called it a tragic decision, but took the blame for it because he believed that he should have filmed all of the episodes.
It's too late. It's too late, they fucked us. We got fucked.
In 2015, the director also created the world's most expensive advertisement.
I'm gonna be getting this part.
I'm gonna get this part.
The short film, The Audition, was, to put it bluntly, a joke, the goal of which was to show off the luxury casino in Macau and the Philippines. The script was written by Winter, and the actors shot the film in a week without ever leaving New York. The gambling palaces hadn't been completed yet, so green screens were used to portray their luxury interiors. The actors' fees were over $10 million for each participant, which meant they could rest easy regardless of whether the film would ever get picked up by a network. The buyers limited screenings to just the casino opening and commercials in Chinese movie theaters.
I just need 20 seconds with my director, if you don't mind. Just 20 seconds? Yes, we've done 5 films together.
Oh.
My director.
I've done 8 films.
Finally, the time had come to shoot another film that had been waiting in the wings for over 20 years.
It took years to reach us.
Preparations for Silence had been ongoing for 4 years at that point. The most recent delay had caused all of the actors to leave the project, except for Liam Neeson.
I'm happy to help. It is fulfilling to finally be of use in this country.
Martin had approved Andrew Garfield for the role in 2013.
I thanked God for bringing me here.
He was joined by Adam Driver. Preparing for the roles not only cost the actors their time, but also their health. Driver lost 55 pounds, 35 before filming and another 20 during. Garfield turned down other projects for a full year as he grew out his hair and beard. Together, they participated in a 2-week silence retreat and visited dozens of monasteries around the world. Filming took place over 3 months in Taiwan. Local director Ang Lee helped with location scouting for Scorsese. Silence quickly became the worst filming experience of Martin's career. A budget of $46 million was nothing to scoff at, but when artificial sets and green screens are replaced with a natural environment and lighting, costs can skyrocket right before your eyes.
I never knew Japan when it was a country of light, but I have never known it to be as dark as it is now.
This approach squeezed the budget down to the last cent, so the film crew had to skimp on conveniences, even when it came to sleeping arrangements. Add to that the unforgiving weather combined with Martin's health and age. The kid who wasn't allowed to go on walks because of his asthma was here, 70 years later, battling against typhoons to get the shots he needed.
Your faith gives me strength, Mokichi.
Rodrigo Prieto was able to unleash his full potential as he once again took his place behind the camera. This was also the first time since Shutter Island that Martin had decided to shoot exclusively on film, resulting in stunningly beautiful shots. The only exceptions were candlelit scenes. The team didn't want to use artificial light, so these sequences were filmed with ultra-sensitive digital cameras. This was Liam Neeson's second time playing a priest for Scorsese, and recalled how the director had turned into somewhat of a tyrant on set.
Rumor, Father, only. I must conclude it is true.
Martin demanded absolute silence from every member of the film crew, from actors to administrative assistants. If someone broke the silence, filming would stop and the culprit was threatened with being fired. Everyone involved in silence had to remain silent. Upon completion of post-production, Martin held a private screening of the film in the heart of the Catholic world, the Vatican. 400 priests were invited to the premiere, whose opinions mattered more to the director than anything else. When the film ended, the clergyman had absolutely no editorial suggestions. However, the MPAA gave the film an R rating. This was the second film in Martin's career to receive such a rating without any swearing, the first being The Last Temptation of Christ.
I pray, but I'm lost. Or am I just praying to nothing?
But audiences didn't appreciate the story of the Portuguese missionaries who carried the word of God to Japan. The film only grossed $23 million at the box office. Given that the film had been financed by independent production companies without any large studios involved in distribution, this was a painful blow. Disparaging reviews from festivals and award organizations only dragged out the punishment. Silence received just one Oscar nomination for Best Cinematography. But Rodrigo Prieto lost out to Linus Sandgreen and his work in La La Land. Martin and Robert De Niro had been looking for a project they could do together for several years. They had settled on screenplays a couple of times, but it wasn't until 2007 that a concrete idea had finally started to take shape. Robert had read a book called I Heard You Paint Houses by Charles Brandt and immediately sent it to Martin. The director was immediately interested, because the novel looked like the perfect farewell piece to his portrayals of the criminal world, something Scorsese had been doing his entire life. It took 2 years to get a screenplay written, which Steven Zaillian had taken on. Steven had become well known for his work on Awakenings, American Gangster, and Schindler's List, the latter of which had brought them together back in the early 90s. Afterwards, Zaillian had helped complete the script for Gangs of New York, and by 2009 had finished working on the adaptation for The Irishman. Before casting had begun, Brad Gray, head of Paramount Pictures, became interested in the project. Shutter Island had been a profitable success for the studio, so providing a $100 million budget didn't seem like a problem. But after a couple of years of preparations, and due to a series of unsuccessful investments, Gray lost his seat at Paramount and the new bosses abandoned the project. According to the director, no other studio in Los Angeles wanted another De Niro and Scorsese film. But in 2016, they found one. The CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, offered to take on Martin's film with a budget of $160 million. It was no secret that Scorsese was openly opposed to home viewing and didn't like the philosophy of streaming services. To agree to this deal meant that there wouldn't be a theatrical release, because the company's policy didn't allow films to be distributed until after a month on Netflix. Large movie theater chains received their films 90 days before they hit other services, and would not do business any other way. So an agreement with Netflix meant no deal with theaters. But Scorsese convinced the company to bend their rules for him and allow a theatrical release right from the start.
What did I know?
Much later, in August of 2019, Netflix would rescind this deal and the film was released according to the company's standard practices.
We tried everything we could.
But it was too late to do anything about it. The greatest casting challenge they faced was persuading Joe Pesci to join. Robert presented the book to Joe and told him that they simply had to make this film.
Yeah, good, okay, bye.
The actor had retired and is rumored to have turned down about 50 other offers. But how could he say no to such a reunion?
Thanks. Frank.
Hey, Frank, how you doing?
Joe agreed and insisted that he play the role of Tony Pro, but the director wanted to show a different side of the actor and insisted on an unusual character for Pesci, Russell Bufalino.
Do you know why God made the sky so high?
No.
So that the little birdies don't bunk their head on it when they're flying around.
Martin also called on Harvey Keitel. They hadn't worked together since The Last Temptation of Christ, 30 years earlier.
You don't know how good a friend you got. I know. No, you don't know.
Harvey's involvement made the film even more epic. When Al Pacino, who for various reasons had refused to work with Scorsese throughout his career, agreed to play Jimmy Hoffa, the film acquired a new historical significance.
We are the biggest and best and most honest union in this country.
The director knew most of the supporting actors from Boardwalk Empire. 10 people from that series made it into the film.
You people? I'm done. You're done?
I'll rip your fucking head off. Hey!
As well as a couple from the recent show Vinyl.
Can they prove it?
Ironically, there wasn't a single Irishman in The Irishman.
They wouldn't dare. They wouldn't dare.
Even in the early stages of preparation, Martin was concerned with finding actors to play a young De Niro, Pesci, and Al Pacino. This option was considered, but given that the entire film is riddled with flashbacks, it didn't make much sense. So it would be CGI to the rescue.
Whatever you need me to do, I'm available.
The company, Industrial Light and Magic, developed a special motion capture and rejuvenation technology for the film. This allowed the actors to forego conspicuous makeup and prosthetics that were common in movies up to that point. To bring this effect to life, scenes were simultaneously shot on 3 cameras equipped with special lenses.
Which is the camera surrounded by 2 what we call witness cameras, which are infrared cameras.
Test takes with De Niro amazed both the producers and the director. This experimental innovation, created especially for The Irishman, is the main reason the budget became inflated.
Oh, I decided nothing. It felt fine. Oh, come on, Frank.
By the way, the computer-generated rejuvenation was only used on De Niro, Pesci, and Pacino. The rest of the actors still used makeup. The effect may still be noticeable, but keep in mind that these types of graphics are still in their infancy, and The Irishman will go down in history as the first film to try it.
Use the CGI as makeup.
That was the big turning.
Yeah,
That was the thing.
that's the big thing.
Yeah.
The filming began at the end of August 2017. The director was caught off guard by another problem. The 3 main characters were all over 75 years old. Their movements were slower, their postures had changed, even their speech had become quieter.
Like some guy who's always rushing all over the place, and they missed the big picture.
The first day on set, Martin was satisfied with Al Pacino's acting, but cinematographer Rodrigo Prieto asked the director to tell Al to get out of his chair more energetically. This was Scorsese's first time working with Pacino, and he didn't want to start off on the wrong foot by telling the actor that his movements were too much like that of an old man. The character of Hoffa was only 49 according to the script. Fortunately, this didn't cause any contention.
Him and all the bullshit problems he put me through. Already, I gotta go. You don't expect me to look at this.
In fact, the actor put as much energy as possible into subsequent scenes, which further highlighted the technological advances and contrast between the time jumps.
I'll apologize for being late. After I kidnap your granddaughter, rip her guts out, and send them to you in a fucking empire.
Of course, sequences where the movements didn't match the actor's supposed age weren't avoided. The most obvious example is the scene with the shopkeeper. De Niro clearly didn't have enough energy, especially considering the person behind the character he was playing. The real Frank Sheeran was about 6'4", and although this scene isn't a good example, the stature of 5'8" De Niro was manipulated through the film through perspective, scenery, and camera movements to mimic the dimensions of the real Irishman.
I don't know how he did it, and I ain't gonna ask.
Filming lasted 107 days, the longest shoot of Martin's career, but considering that each take required at least 9 cameras and the film consisted of 300 scenes in 100 locations, it wasn't that long after all. As for the year it took to edit the film, this was fairly standard for the director. Thankfully, Scorsese wasn't facing pushback from the producers or censors, so he got to include all of his favorite shots in the final cut, including references to his own previous work.
Look at this.
Now, for something like this, you're gonna need 2 guns. The one you're gonna use, and a backup.
leaving your car?
He watches the car for me. It's easier than leaving it at a garage and waiting.
The film's runtime ended up being 3.5 hours, the longest film in his career, as well as the longest big-budget American feature film in the last 20 years. The last picture to require such stamina was Kenneth Branagh's Hamlet.
To be or not to be? That is the question.
Netflix turned out to be a sanctuary for Martin, just as HBO had been, because in the same year, even before the premiere of The Irishman, he shot a semi-documentary film about Bob Dylan, covering the legendary Rolling Thunder review tour.
Someday, everything is gonna be different.
In the film, truth and fiction are intertwined. Stage interviews are replaced with real ones, turning history into legend. The magic that Scorsese possesses is unsurpassed. The Irishman premiered on November 27th and immediately became the most watched film on Netflix. It went on to receive nominations for 5 Golden Globes and 10 Oscars.
Marty, I gotta tell you, I love the first season of The Irishman.
Unfortunately, Martin and the crew experienced the same disappointment as they did with Gangs of New York. Not a single award.
And you let this happen in public?
But director Bong Joon-ho let Scorsese know how the global film community felt about him. Spring 2017. Bookstores roll out David Grant's Killers of the Flower Moon. Its subtitle, The Osage Murders and the Birth of the FBI, hinting at a darker chapter in American history. In the early 1920s, the Osage people in Oklahoma went from barely scraping by to sudden oil wealth. That fortune drew in swindlers and opportunists, and soon enough, tribe members started turning up dead. The investigations eventually fell to a newly formed federal agency run by J. Edgar Hoover. This agency would become the FBI. This quiet massacre barely shows up in history books, but it caught Martin Scorsese's eye right after he wrapped Silence. His fascination spurred Paramount Pictures to vie for the film rights. The project had "Hit" written all over it, a widely read book, plus the powerhouse duo of Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's my weakness.
As soon as DiCaprio finished reading, he signed on. Initially, word was he'd play Tom White, the FBI investigator.
We kind of threw that out. We felt that that didn't get to the heart of the story of the Osage, frankly. It was an investigation story. It was a whodunit, and he kind of wasn't interested in doing that. And there was this small little section with Ernest and Molly, and we had the read-through, and we were like, oh my God, this is the emotion of the story. This gets us into the household, and here's this very twisted, bizarre, sadistic relationship between this white man and this Osage woman, and this kind of encompasses the story much better.
For Scorsese, the grim heart of it all lay in how evil can sprout within a close-knit family. What unfolds isn't just a genocide, but a slow, methodical betrayal of trust. White settlers married Osage women to gain legal rights to oil, then erased anyone standing in the way. Scorsese and screenwriter Eric Roth grasped that the true horror came not from over-the-top gangster theatrics, but from everyday folks willing to commit atrocities against their own.
You realize that this indicates to me that you're planning on adopting and killing these children.
No, not if it's not legal and I don't get the money. And I'm not gonna do it.
Meanwhile, the budget was escalating. A 1920s-era production, actual Oklahoma locations, a star-studded cast, practical effects, the painstaking recreation of Osage life, it all pushed the cost towards $200 million. Paramount officially moved forward, but had doubts it would ever recoup that investment. Then, the pandemic arrived, threatening further delays and expenses. The project nearly collapsed until new backers stepped in. Apple Original Films took on the lion's share, Paramount kept theatrical distribution, and Apple secured the streaming rights. Suddenly, Killers of the Flower Moon was a flagship title for Apple's growing platform.
So,
casting the ensemble also took a while. Leonardo DiCaprio stepped in as Ernest Burkhart, a tense mix of charm and cruelty, perfectly capturing the tragedy's core.
He's not a hero by any stretch of the imagination, but by the sheer actions of how easily he was manipulated by Hale, I started to think of him almost like a Lenny of Mice and Men type of character. I'm like, how slow could this guy possibly be?
How do you mean?
But I realized that there's obviously something incredibly conscious about what he was doing. He was playing both sides of the fence, and he was doing one of the most horrific things I could ever imagine a character doing to the person that he allegedly loved. They had this bizarre dynamic which was unlike anything I'd ever seen in cinema history.
I love this girl, Molly. Uncle, I really do think she's a lady.
For William King Hale, Ernest's uncle and the family patriarch, Scorsese had only Robert De Niro in mind.
I understand I'm wanted. Well, I'm here to turn myself in.
What you supposed to have done?
Kill somebody, if you can believe it.
At last, Marty found the ideal project to unite the two icons of his filmography outside of that casino commercial.
Yeah, that's so.
Yeah.
De Niro dove into researching local political bosses and shady businessmen who ran corruption rackets in Oklahoma's backcountry. He decided on a gentle, almost soothing drawl that clashed starkly with his piercing gaze, his character's one open window to a mind more crooked than Ernest's teeth. In the early script, the lead role belonged to FBI agent Tom White, who doggedly unravels the Osage murders despite local authorities' attempts to shield the criminals. Once DiCaprio pivoted to Ernest, Scorsese offered that agent part to Jesse Plemons.
I want to talk to you about the murders of Rita and Bill Smith and Anna Brown.
Renowned for playing both hapless stooges and chilling psychopaths, and beloved by critics, Plemons had yet to fully crack the A-list. Landing a heroic role for Scorsese marked a big step up.
Oh, I was sent down from Washington, D.C. to see about these murders.
So what about them?
See who's doing it.
Scott Shepard joined as Ernest's brother, confirming Marty's ongoing fondness for the Breaking Bad universe. Both Shepard and Plemons kicked off major parts of their careers there.
Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Hey.
Brendan Fraser and John Lithgow also jumped aboard, boasting the film's star power.
I demand the opportunity to speak with Mr. This man cannot represent both the defendant and the witness.
Interestingly, Killers of the Flower Moon came just before Fraser's celebrated return in The Whale, ending a long drought of major roles and signaling a new upward swing in his career.
You realize that this can be held against you for the rest of your life.
But rising above the rest was Lily Gladstone.
Gotta be careful. A lot of characters around here today.
Known mainly for her theater and indie work, she was already a critic's favorite, though hardly a household name.
It's a big responsibility and it's terrifying. It's hard being a native actor, having this much that you can audition for. Yeah, Marty showed me what's possible.
Scorsese sought a Native American actress and found in Gladstone someone who could convey a quiet grace, inner strength, and deep emotional resonance.
Well, it's powerful. So we need to be quiet for a while.
Gladstone recalled how her heart clicked when she read the script. Molly is a woman watching her family die, in large part due to the man she loves. Gladstone became the audience's lens on the Osage heartbreak.
Mr. President, Molly Burkhart, please send help. There's murder in Osage, and the police do nothing.
Because the central goal was to show Osage life from within, everyone agreed on hiring many actors and extras with direct indigenous heritage.
We have so many deaths we've lost count. We have hundreds down.
A few took on significant roles, sharing their language skills and cultural insight with the well-known white stars who might not grasp certain nuances.
I mean, you did an incredible job, and you also did an incredible job of doing it the way a white man would say it.
That's my job.
Rodrigo Prieto returned as cinematographer. Scorsese challenged him to craft a fresh visual palette.
We were using photography as a basis of representing the different groups. For example, the white settlers were photographed with an emulation of autochrome, which is one of the first color techniques that was invented by the Lumiere brothers. So that was an import from Europe. So that's why it felt appropriate to use that for the Ernest and their family, because they're imported from Europe. And the Osage we photographed as naturalistic as possible in terms of color. The scenes where they're alone and their rituals and that sort of thing.
Preto favored a soft, natural light, something he learned was vital to the Osage after discussing their sun-centered rituals.
Even for the building of the towns and villages, the orientation has to do with the travel of the sun.
They call the sun grandfather, the moon mother.
He and the crew often improvised on set, thanks to Oklahoma's fickle spring weather. One minute it was bright midday sun, the next a torrent of rain. Adapting each day to shifting light gave the film that natural atmosphere Preto was so eager to capture. Costume prep also demanded precision. The contrast between the newly affluent Osage in lavish European attire and the humbler wardrobes of nearby townsfolk was key. Four-time Oscar nominee Jacqueline West oversaw the film's look, fitting killers in between her work on Dune Parts 1 and 2. For authenticity, she brought on cultural consultant Julie O'Keefe.
My name is Julie O'Keefe. I'm Osage, and I was the lead Osage wardrobe consultant on Killers of the Flower Moon.
A textiles expert who owned a shop for traditional Osage clothing and served on the council of the National Museum of the American Indian at the Smithsonian. She opened access to archival tribal photos and secured genuine fabrics.
I look at these pieces as part of my life because these are incorporated and ingrained into Osage life.
In the end, costumes practically became another character, revealing social divisions, a rapidly shifting era, and the unique culture at the heart of the story.
In learning about how a blanket is worn and what the designs of a blanket mean, we learn who the people are.
Legendary production designer Jack Fisk, known for his collaborations with Terrence Malick and Paul Thomas Anderson, handled the film's overall design and set construction. His work on Anderson's There Will Be Blood likely caught Scorsese's eye. Scorsese, Fisk, and the producers scoured Oklahoma in search of the towns and landscapes where the tragedy took place. Striving for accuracy, they shot in authentic streets and interiors still bearing traces of that 100-year-old oil rush. Pawhuska, Fairfax, Ralston, and nearby areas welcomed the crew, their well-worn streets acting like a time capsule of old homes and cafes from another era. Locals joined in as extras and offered land for temporary sets. Some streets got a full makeover. Modern signs replaced with vintage ads, storefronts stocked with period items, and a fresh layer of dust to evoke the rural scene of a century ago. Filming had been slated for early 2020, but got pushed to spring 2021 by COVID. Safety restrictions forced scenes of large Osage gatherings and ceremonies to be shot in smaller groups, with crowds later expanded through visual effects or multiple combined takes. In the quest for realism, the team often rented not just the main filming sites, but the surrounding areas as well, ensuring pristine audio untouched by traffic, tractors, or airplanes. For domestic moments, Scorsese shot without fixed marks, aiming for a sense of eavesdropping and letting actors move freely. Many of these scenes took place in actual houses, with limited space for lighting rigs, so Preto tucked extra lights behind furniture and within real lamps. This level of authenticity exacted a high price. COVID protocols, daily testing, strict isolation from the outside world, and Scorsese's perfectionism. He might spend 12 hours on a single dialogue scene, searching for the perfect rhythm among his actors.
That's what happens. Yeah.
When shooting large crowd scenes, the crew raced daylight and braced for gusts that could scatter their setups. Still, it was all in service of the realism. Once filming had wrapped, Thelma Schoonmaker stepped in to shape the raw footage. Her first cut ran well over 4 hours, typical for a major Scorsese production. Still, she managed to pare things down without losing the story's slow-building menace. They settled on a runtime of just over 3 hours, and neither Paramount nor Apple pushed for further trims. As Scorsese explained, the key isn't just revealing who killed the Osage and why. It's making people feel how murder grows from close relationships. That only works if you give each scene room to breathe, so that by the end, you feel the pain. It's not just another crime story, it's the poisoning of an entire people's soul.
You see, we don't want to just end it and say, okay, everybody's in jail. No. Yeah, they went to jail, yes. It doesn't matter. It's an ongoing problem.
A key creative choice involved weaving Osage songs into the soundtrack. Sometimes it's a brief prayer motif. Other times, it's extended traditional vocals echoing in the background. Scorsese insisted this should never come off like a flashy, exotic flourish. The Osage music had to sound like the very voice of the land, something the characters might not notice, but the viewer does. In July of 2023, just before the movie's release, Robbie Robertson passed away, adding an emotional note to the final sound mix. All that remained was to integrate his music into pivotal scenes, which left Killers of the Flower Moon as a final contribution from a legend. When Killers of the Flower Moon hit theaters, critics pegged it as a major awards contender. Sure enough, in January of 2024, the Academy announced its nominations. The film showed up in 10 categories, including Best Director for Scorsese and acting nods for Lily Gladstone and Robert De Niro, along with recognition for the screenplay and Robertson's score. But on the night of the 96th Oscars, Oppenheimer and Poor Things swept through the ceremony. With Emma Stone taking the trophy, many had believed Lily Gladstone had all but locked in. In the end, this film, so akin in spirit to Gangs of New York, echoed that earlier picture's fate at the biggest awards show.
Horse shit!
Despite the outcome, the theatrical run performed decently. A total of $200 million at the box office probably didn't cover its massive budget, yet this was a 3-hour dramatic thriller in the post-pandemic market, where streaming remained the real profit engine.
Well, I just love money. It's true.
For Apple, it was a decisive move towards bankrolling large-scale projects with an extended theatrical rollout. And for many viewers, it spotlighted one of the most harrowing chapters in US history. An ordeal that hits with a force you can't easily shake off. Martin, though, seems to have caught a second wind. He's everywhere these days. Guest spots on late-night shows, podcasts, cameos in commercials, and TV series, all while still cranking out documentaries. And he's got a half-dozen narrative projects on his plate. A Paramount television series, The Devil in White City, about a Chicago murderer in the late 1800s. A biopic about America's 32nd president, Theodore Roosevelt, plus a TV adaptation of Gangs of New York. Yes, Martin is past 80, but it looks like he will never stop confessing his love for cinema, because he always manages to find new words to express it.
Every step is a first step. Every brushstroke is a test. Every scene is a lesson. Every shot is a school. So let the learning continue.